It's our home this weekend for a golf tournament unlike any other. It's England versus the world, as our two teams of sporting icons go head-to-head, reigniting rivalries spanning decades. Now, our golfers might not have won the Ryder Cup, but they have won the Champions League, the European Championship, and countless league titles. But who will win the Reignwood Icons of Football trophy? Let's get it on.
Reignwood Icons of Football.
Two teams.
Team England versus Team World.
A golf tournament like no other.
This is the moment we waited for.
24 icons of football.
We gon' give them what they came for.
At Robbinswood Golf Club in Bangkok.
It's a 10-0 competition. It's fast and exciting.
It's going to be an intense rivalry.
This is sexy golf.
The professional sportsmen, they're not going to want to lose.
Vamos, Team World!
Forget all that vamos, Sergio.
Team England are going to win, obviously.
Good luck with that.
'24 football icons take to this golf course, Robbinswood at Reignwood Park. This is the canvas, and alongside me to tee up what should be a spectacular day, Josh Denzel. Josh, you know what? Sport inspires and captivates when it means something, when it matters. To these footballers, out of their arena, on a golf course, what does it mean to them?
It means everything. These boys do not know how to lose. Let me tell you how seriously they're taking it. I must have driven past the driving range here 20 times. There has not been one time I've not seen Team World, Team England grinding it out. Claude Harmon, he must be asleep right now because he's been giving out so many swing tips, so many lessons. There are players here with calluses on their hands. They're playing, Jimmy Bullard, right? He's been playing 5 times in 3 days. And in the evenings, he plays the par 3. So these guys don't want to lose. They don't want to lose.
Well, the thing is as well, we look at it and you think, it's not a transferable skill, right? The physical skill required for football is very different to what we're going to see on the golf course. But one thing we know about these icons, they're an icon for a reason. It's because they had what they needed between the ears. Golf is a mental sport. How transferable are those mental skills to the challenge in front of them here?
Imagine you're walking out at the Bernabeu, you're walking out at the San Siro for a Manchester derby. You've got to block out the noise, right? You've got to forget. You have a misplaced pass. You've got to forget that immediately. And that's golf. You hit a bad shot, you've got to forget that and quickly move on. It's you v you. It's a mental game, and they are the absolute best at it.
Give me an idea about the rivalries we can look forward to. There are great ones on the pitch. What about on the golf course? Will they come across now?
I think they will. These footballers have memories like elephants, right? They never ever forget. We've got Manchester derbies. We've got, of course, players that have played against each other for England. We've got one of the greatest victories that England ever had in the Euros, of course, against Holland. Right, you got Teddy Sheringham, Paul Ince in that team. You got De Boer. He's not going to forget that. He's going to want to get his get back. Okay, you've got players like Phil Jones and Nemanja Vidic. Nemanja Vidic used to be his mentor. Okay, it's like it's like a scene out of Star Wars. It's very, very, very special. And guys, listen, we want to be as involved with you guys as possible. Of course, throughout the show, we're going to be walking around. I'm going to be exploring, talking to these teams. I've got a big wooden spoon, and I want you guys to help me stir it. So please get involved in the show using the hashtag Icon Series, and of course, watch it across all of Icon's social channels.
We have all the ingredients for a very special contest. Here is what it's all about. Icons of Football showcases a 10-hole team match play format, bringing together 24 iconic footballers under the command of 2 golf titans, each hoping to captain their team to the cream jacket. The tournament will be played over 4 sessions spread across 2 days. For the first session, players will compete in their respective teams in a traditional 4-ball format. The outright best score for each hole wins the points and goes toward the team's total. In session 2, after selecting the team's best tee shot, players will take turns to play shots with that same ball until the hole is completed. That process will be repeated for all 10 holes. On the second day of play, session 3 will see teams repeat the alternate shot format. However, in the final session, it's time for individual glory as players go one-on-one in a final push for victory. There are multiple ways to accrue points, with the single point for winning a hole just the beginning. On the 10th hole, in all 4 sessions, it's double or nothing, with the winner scoring 2 points towards the trophy. If there is no outright winner on any hole, neither team takes any points. And as there are no half points, nothing is added to the total. Finally, the difference between the final scores in each of the matches will be added to the winning team total. That's what it's all about, but once again, the devil is always in the detail. Josh can let us know how it works.
There are loads of ways to win points at Icons of Football. First up, home and away holes. England's home hole is the testing par 3 5th, whereas Team World's is the par 3 8th. Teams score double if they win away on their opponent's home hole. Crocs and camels. Hitting in a drink or finding a bunker will get you penalised in more ways than one at Icons, as the player who finds the most hazards will see their team incur a points deduction going into the all-important final round. Call the captain. The envy of every golfer up and down the country. Our Icons have the luxury of calling 2 of the greatest players ever to pick up a golf club, Lee Westwood and Sergio Garcia, to play the next shot for them. Maybe it's a 200-yard recovery shot out of the rough or a devilish putt to win the hole. Each team only gets to call the captain once a session, but our captains are ready to do their bit to change the game. Plus, we've got the richest hole in golf, the $10 million swing. One shot, $10 million. But can any of our Icons bag a hole in one?
Amazing, absolutely amazing. So many things for us to look forward to. Hard to pick one out. Call the captain, though.
Call the captain is massive.
How are they going to use Westwood?
Listen,
it's been
2 incredible players, and listen, there's been a buzz about the place on how can we tactically make the most out of this. Is it going to be on a world hole? Are we going to try and go and win away? All right. So I think that ability to be able to call Lee Westwood or Sergio, and you've got a tricky shot. Maybe you're in the bunker. Maybe you're racking up the camels. You need something special, and these are the boys to do it. I mean, what an incredible experience for a golfer.
It's going to be incredible. There is so much to pay attention to as we move through the 2 days here. You might have caught as well a cool $10 million for one perfect swing up for grabs. It's a par 3. It's a game changer. You can be a part of it. But for more on that challenge, here's Wayne and Incy.
Welcome to the richest hole in golf, and this is the $10 million swing. We've got 24 Icons teeing it up, and between them, they've made 6 hole-in-ones in their golfing career. So we know it's possible. It's a bit like a penalty shootout, just 10 million times harder. And I think Radar's on the green, so let's find out a little bit more.
Thanks, Incy. Well, we've got $10 million on the line here. The hole is 170 yards, this par 3. The green sits way up there, so there's an elevation change. Doesn't play 170, even though there's a little bit of draft at the moment. It plays around 165. For most players, it'll be a 7 or it'll be an 8 iron. The shorter hitters may be a 6 if they tuck the flag all the way back. It's a circular green. You don't want to pull it over there, the left-hand side. The ball will go splishing and a splashing. And over there on the right, but it's a wide over there on the right-hand side to find the water. Go on. Incy, you've got plenty of money, I know that, but do you fancy 10 million? Go on, girl. Give it a crack.
All right, Radar, coming in hot.
It's dry in sea, but there's no $10 million. Maybe one of the Icons can do that. You know what? It's all about time, much like life, isn't it? That perfect swing just when you need it. And to be fair, our Icons happen to be in the right place at the right time throughout their careers. You know him, but here's a little more on exactly what makes them iconic.
It's something really, really special.
We're competitive beasts.
We're here to win.
Be the club, baby.
So, here I am. I'm absolutely buzzing.
I think you can tell by the smile on my face. I've been quite excited to get here.
I'm in heaven, mate.
I'm just hoping I'm gonna hit the good form, you know.
I'm not a flusher, right? I can hit a good ball, I can shank a good ball.
I'm up there, ain't I?
I expect a lot from myself.
I'm not scared to say that.
I just want to get it off the first tee. I'm the most relaxed golfer. Calmness, peace, no one shouting things at you.
Shut up! First of all, the course. Like, it is probably the best course I've stepped foot on.
The quality, the fairways, the greens.
It's absolutely immaculate, so no excuses at all. They're a competitive bunch.
There will be good competition, a lot of talking. There will be a few people getting wound up.
I had to put you off. I look forward to that.
Les, I'm working it. I'm acting. Come on. This is all good stuff. Come on.
There's a few ex-Man U's on the other team, but you know what? We want to give all of them stick.
Nigel, he's just one of those people you want to shut up.
If we win, he's going to hear it the rest of his life.
It was a great teammate.
Yeah.
Let's see where they go for.
You're representing Team England. You don't want to let your teammates down.
When you stood over a golf ball, it can feel like an hour.
It's like every time you have to kick a penalty. That's harder. I think there's going to be a method to the madness.
I think it's going to be a tear-up out there, and I'm looking forward to it.
I will do my best to beat Team England.
We need to win.
Really plain and simple.
When it's go time, these are different animals.
This is not Anfield, it's not Old Trafford, it's not the Bernabeu. It's Reignwood Park. It's got a ring to it as well. It's their new ground for this week. And no subs either. No one sits on the bench. All 12 players from both sides participating. We've seen the draw. Josh, let's take everybody at home through it. What we can look forward to in this first session of Fourballs.
Yeah, I think Lee and Sojo have been very smart. They've been involved in a game of chess. I mean, first out, you got John Terry, Theo Walcott against Batistuta and Zola. I mean, I've seen Batistuta. He's been grinding out. He's a very, very serious man. Zola, playing off 4, very, very good golfer, but Terry hates to lose. We've seen that in his football career, and we know that now. I know Theo, he's a bit more of a shy golfer compared to Terry. I think he's gonna let Terry lead the way, and I think that's how John Terry likes it. But interesting, Batistuta's got a long history of annoying England, so we're going to see that for sure. And listen, the next turn up, the second group out, Joe Hart and Phil Jones against Altintop and Vidic. There's some stories there, right? Because, you know, you've got the Manchester City, Man United. They are best friends now. Even after that Aguero moment, they've sat next to each other. You know, they're buddies. They look good. And then obviously you've got Vidic as well, who used to be Phil Jones' mentor at Man United. Is that going to play a part? We're not going to show. And then, wow, let me talk to you. The last one out, we're thinking Scholes and Sheringham against Ruud Gullit and Figo. That is legendary. We're talking Champions Leagues. We're talking some of the greatest players of their generations. But are they going to be great on the golf course? I hope so.
99 Man United legends, treble season. Come on, there's only one winner there, surely.
Well, I can't. For my sins, I'm an Arsenal fan. So.
Well, the thing that they're all going to have to face, of course, is that's all well and good walking out in those big moments, and they have delivered. The first tee here is outside of their comfort zone, but they have made a habit of being comfortable when they're uncomfortable. They'll have to do that today on the first tee, which is where those captains are right now with Incy.
And this is when the icons collide. It's going to be an epic showdown. And as we know, these icons are fiercely competitive. Lee, I will start with you. These gentlemen, they don't like to lose, do they? How fired up are they for today?
They're very fired up. They're excited. They're looking forward to putting on a good show. I think they're looking forward to getting this first tee shot out of the way. But after that, I think they'll calm down and, like you say, they're fiercely competitive. So, you know, a lot of them are, you know, winners. And let's see if it translates to the golf course.
Yeah, it's a troubling start. Maybe you got water lurking down the right, sand traps on the left, crowd behind us as well. Of course, the players, they're used to big crowds, aren't they? Today will be slightly different nerves, and you spend a lot of time with your icons. Have you had an opportunity to really identify their strengths and weaknesses? You know, how are they feeling with that?
No, I mean, they're good. They're ready to go, like Lee said. They're super excited about it. So at the end of the day, I mean, they're going to have nerves. We all do, even ourselves, and they're going to do it too, but they know how to deal with them. And at the end of the day, I just hope that they have a good time, they enjoy it. It's a good opportunity to play some golf and have a great time. just try to perform the best possible.
I'd imagine trying to help settle those nerves. A lot of preparation does play a massive part in that as well, doesn't it? So the locker rooms this week are exceptional. You've had an opportunity to speak with your icons. Lee, in the locker rooms, Jimmy Bullard pull up any tricks at all? I mean, what was that team talk like?
Yeah, not too many tricks. Obviously Jimmy's pretty bouncy, and one of my team said, they use the adrenaline and the excitement to their advantage when they run out on a football field. But when you come out on a golf course, you're trying to calm yourself down all the time and stay nice and cool and calm. So that will be one of the challenges for them, and especially Jimmy, who's kind of a little bit hyper like that. So he is really excited. So I hope that doesn't sort of flood over and he can contain his excitement. I'm sure he can.
I'm sure he can too. Right, it is time for the coin toss. You have it. So, Sergio?
I call heads.
Heads or tails?
Tails.
That is tails. So, Lee, up to you.
We'll go first.
Perfect.
Well,
we'll go second then, I guess.
All right. Thank you so much. Best of luck, gents. Have so much fun today. We'll see you out there.
It's something sentimental you can look at. It will go in the trophy cabinet. To go home with a cream jacket would be incredible.
It'd be nice with a glass of champagne in my hand.
I didn't touch it, barely looked at it.
Like the World Cup trophy where you can just look and stare at it and not touch it.
The losing team has to put the cream jackets on the winning team.
He's going to present me the jacket.
Are you serious? Oh, that's brilliant. Nah.
For the other team to put it over your shoulders, rub it in a little bit.
I can imagine there being some very smug people around.
I'm gonna go in front of John Terry and I'm gonna show my jacket.
We won't lose. We won't lose. I don't have to do that.
We are the one who's going to wear the cream jacket on the final day.
Hi, I'm Ken Mackay, Director of Golf Courses and Grounds at Robbinswood and Wentworth.
How do you get the greens like this?
Oh, it's been a lot of hard work, Jimmy. Really? A couple of years, been tough, but we've been building for this event. It's an absolute pleasure and honour to be responsible for all the golf courses. We currently have a team of 108. They all do a fantastic job. We started 2022, we built it, grew it in, and we opened it last year. It's still a baby.
So you say it's baby, but out it's so well planted and it's all up already. Was it already here, the trees? I know.
No,
So it's all flat?
And nothing, this was a fish pond.
No.
This was fish pond.
You wouldn't believe that, would you?
We've been building up for a couple of years to get this to this condition, and really I think we've just timed it perfect for this event. It's going to be pretty special. See the footballers. Football's my passion more than golf, if I'm being honest. This is such a special event, truly iconic, and what a venue to host.
I just want to say thank you very much, because this is going to be absolutely brilliant this week. Hope you all enjoy. Thanks for having us, mate.
Thanks,
Top
Jimmy.
Man. See you later.
Top man.
Let's go and get my eagle putt, eh?
To me, an icon is someone that is extraordinary at what they do.
The winners.
Legendary status. The elites.
Someone that you can aspire to.
It brings their personality into it.
Charisma.
Passion.
Longevity.
Something that is not easy to achieve.
Something really, really special.
There's few in the world that are iconic, full stop.
Johan Cruyff.
Thierry Henry.
Michael Jordan.
Peter Schmeichel.
Maradona, Zico.
Michael Phelps.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, I'd say icons.
That just moves the needle.
Doing great things under pressure.
The word icon is how other people see you.
All the names who are actually present here, they are all icons.
Leadership, elegance, unique.
Good to see you guys. We are down on the range right now. Players are leaving all the time. It is manic down here at the final bits of preparation. It's not an area that they're used to being. It doesn't really exist on the football pitch. We're going to step in now to see Nigel de Jong. Nigel, just to jump in, bother you slightly. You are an underdog today because you are taking on the might of Genis and, of course, Jimmy Bullard plays off scratch. What's the strategy?
The strategy is just to get in their heads, basically. That's the only thing. I mean, we know Jimmy and Jermaine are playing, both great players. We can play a bit of golf as well, but the strategy is just to keep talking.
How do you feel right now? We know you're used to big moments in football. How do you feel right here?
I feel comfortable here on the range. The range is always different than the first tee, but now it's a great venue. It's iconic itself already that we're here with the 24 legends from the football game, but I feel great, and it all's going to get kicked off in a bit.
Let's see that swing. We know you can drive the first. You can drive that first hole. Let's see one, Nige. You can knock it on there, knock it on the green. There's water around it, but you've got this. Man for the big moment, right? Little fader down the left side. Guys doing their bits of preparation here, getting ready for it. Sometimes this is where the most nerves exist because it's the time to think before you can get out in amongst that action. Oh, a little fade. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Right edge of the green. We'll say it stays out of the water. Nigel, play well. Big match for them coming up against Jimmy Bullard, Jermaine Genis as well. Let's head up towards Team England. Right here, the international sides down this end of the range. They are separate. There is an intensity. I can promise you, used to dealing with elite level golf, these are elite level footballers playing golf, but you would never know it. The mindset, the mentality of a champion that made him an icon, it exists regardless of the sport. It's not about football, it's not about golf, it's about sport. Let's go and see some of the guys for Team England. Lee Sharp, scratch golfer. I mean, you're a man who knows how to play this game. How are you feeling, Lee?
Well, it's getting there now. It's starting to feel the nerves a little bit and excitement, anticipation, but looking forward to it. Excited.
Have you got a yardage book with you?
No, it's in my bag.
Oh, the first hole, driver. Well, are you going to have a pop at it?
I'm not sure. I think it's sort of right on the limit. I'm not sure.
How does this feel compared to, say, walking out at Old Trafford?
Well, I used to get nervous every game anyway. Not quite like this, though. There's going to be some dry mouths, sweaty palms. I'm just hoping I get to tee the ball up before my name gets announced, so I'm not shaking too much. But
you've got it. You've got it. Let's see one as we head along. Go on, let's see one. Same one down there with the drivers. We're going to move across to Robbie now. Look at that. How you doing, Robbie? You have quite the point. I love this. You're up against the style guys of Berger and Ginola, and we've got the grit guys of Ince and Fowler. What's the mentality today, Robbie?
Well, the mentality is just go out there and try and win. You know, try and get into the heads early doors. We know what it's all about. We're good mates with Paddy. I know two of them are gorgeous, aren't they? But we're gorgeous golfers, so, you know, that's all we need.
Tell us, on a serious note, this game, does it bring alive the competitive juices that you had to let go when you retired from football?
Yes, I think this is the nearest thing that we can get to a dressing room, to a competitive edge that we had when we were playing. I think, in all honesty, I think if you spoke to all of us here, we'd all say we missed that. We missed the competition. And, you know, I'm a little bit nervous now, just like even talking to you about it, but we do. We love the competitive edge of what it's all about, so, you know, we can't wait to get going now.
Those rivalries, do they ever go away?
Not a chance, no. We'll laugh and joke, but you know, as soon as we're out there on the course, it becomes serious. And yeah, I mean, we want it more than them, so that's what we've got to do.
Just before we go on, we'll let you crack on with it. Incy, I know you had a bad back yesterday. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm okay, Nick. You know, tough midfielder back in the day, so I've just got to get through it. And I hope my partner does the business for me. I heard you mentioned Paddy and David saying they're a bit of stylish group. Have you not seen what I've got on here?
You look very stylish. You look very...
Oh, man, I'm rocking it well, aren't I, Nick? You know?
You look the part. We need you to be the part out on the golf course. These are those moments before it all begins, before they head to the challenge of Robbinswood Golf Club. This is their ground today. It's Reignwood Park. That is the theatre. Let's hear more about it with Wayne and with Ewan.
The opening hole of the Icon Series, it's sure to be an exciting one with the grandstand behind the tee, a terrific atmosphere. It's only 303 yards, water flanking the right-hand side. Radar, what can we expect to see from our Icons here?
Well, you can expect a lot of stuff. I mean, on the first hole, Lake Karen up in Perth kind of comes to mind with a short par 4 that starts a tournament where you can get it close, you can maybe make it 2. But look, on a golf hole like this one, Ewan, you make yourself a 4, you are going backwards. This will certainly play under its par 4.
Well, Radar said there could be a 2. There could also be a 5 or 6. It'll be a great way to start the campaign.
It'll be sweaty for sure.
At 396 yards, this par 4 6th hole is the longest par 4 our Icons will face out here, Radar. What are some of the challenges that it presents?
Well, 396 yards, Ewan, in the world of golf now, professional golfers, Rory McIlroy, all these guys, Brooks Koepka that hit it so far, you don't hear that's one of the longest, but we're going to see a lot of birdies. If you whip it up here at the right-hand side, as a right-handed player, you can leave yourself an uphill life because the camber of the fairway is serious. Will you hit a driver off the tee? Will you hit a 3-wood? Depends how long you are because there is water, aqua down there. It is such a pretty hole, and I love this hole. As I said, not that long, but we're going to see heaps of birdies. That's what we want.
And I disagree with Radar. I think a 4 here, and you will earn a point for your team.
I might be playing against 10.
Well, the opening hole is a classic risk-reward opportunity, and this final hole, 533-yard par 5, Radar, I think it's fair to say a similar scenario.
All right, well, let's sneak around here. You've got yourself a tree over here on the right-hand side, 298 yards. This hole is a dogleg from right to left, and it's reminiscent of the 18th at Pebble Beach. OK, that over there on the left-hand side is not the Pacific Ocean, but it is wet, and there'll be a lot of people go in there. It's a par 5 that you can reach into. There will be plenty of birdies on this hole, and it comes at a wonderful time, as you say, last hole, all sorts of things that can happen.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say quite a fluctuation in scores here, which guarantees an exciting finish.
So you've seen the course. The fans are in the stands. The players are within touching distance. So I will not make you wait a second longer. I'm going to hand it over to our compare. We call him Big John.
Robbinswood Park, good morning to you. Welcome to the Icons of Football 25. It's match number 1. Representing England, please welcome the former England captain, a 5-time Premier League winner, a Champions League winner, one of the finest defenders the world has ever seen, John Terry. And also, England's youngest ever player, the youngest ever player to go to a World Cup, John Terry and Theo Walcott. And representing an Italian international, 2 UEFA Cup winners, a Premier League Player of the Year, and one of the greatest strikers ever to represent Argentina. 54 goals in 77 caps, 2 Copa Americas, a Serie A champion, simply known as Batigol. Please welcome Gianfranco Zola and Gabriel Batistuta. England, the top, you have the honours.
JT, before you go out, you've been quietly confident this whole week. You happy with what's going on here? You happy with the team you're playing? You are representing, you're first up for Team England. You look over there, you nervous at all?
Petrified. Honestly, I'm delighted with my partner. 2 legends we're playing against, so it's going to be a tough game, but delighted we're here. I just want to get this one away.
Get this one away? What are you going for? You got the driver out?
Yeah, I've got full send from the captain, so I'm going to go for it.
There we go. I look forward to seeing it, my brother.
On the tee for Team England, John Terry.
JT, happy to get that one away? Theo, up next. Listen, you know you're safe. A little bit aggressive, you can go now. Or are you going to keep it safe?
No, I'm the player who uses the 3 words. Safety is my key. Casual, relaxed, get it straight down the middle. There we go.
No nerves, that's what I like. Theo, he's as smooth as butter. Let's go, just like the swing.
On the team of England, Theo Walcott.
Terrific position there for Theo Walcott down the left-hand side. Ewan Porter here alongside Claude Harmon.
I was very nervous there.
Claude, I'm nervous for these players.
I definitely think there was some nerves on that first tee. I was talking to the guys at the party last night, and, you know, I said, don't try and hit a bad shot, just try and hit a good shot.
The icon that is Gianfranco Zola, he's got the hybrid out off the first tee. Multiple options here. Interesting to hear Josh say John Terry's ball is dry. It looked like it's in the water to us.
Well, I was watching Zola on the driving range. It's a good golf swing. And that's got to be going right down the middle. Nice, compact, puts the club in a beautiful position.
On the team for Team World, Gabriel Batistuta!
You get the sense that Zola's going to be the one that plays it safe here for Team World and let Batistuta have a crack.
Well, he's got the driver out. If he catches this, he can probably run this up on the front edge.
Sets up for a slice.
Oh, what a terrific opening tee shot radar for Batistuta just before the green.
This is going to be fun watching this group this morning. It's very humid right now. It's going to be a wonderful day, little overcast. The ball's going to go miles, birdie time. It's been a long time since I've seen a golf course presented in such wonderful shape. Awesome it is.
Absolutely immaculate. No excuses out there for these players. The first match underway.
Well, I think they'll all be happy to get that out of the way.
Yes. Well, it's amazing what nerves does. John Terry hit it to 4 feet here in a practice round.
But I think this is a great, Ewan, this is real golf, right? When you watch golf on the PGA Tour, when you watch golf on DP World or Asia or Live, wherever you watch golf, those are the best players in the world. But there are so few professional golfers that play professional golf. And really, Ewan, the professional game, it's the like you driving your car and thinking you're an F1 driver.
Well, a few of our icons earlier this week had the opportunity to visit the KIS International School here at Reignwood Park.
Welcome to KIS.
Thank you very much. It looks amazing. I think it's time that I introduce you to some of our icons. Theo Walcott, Lee Sharp, Patrick Berger, and a very little known player. It's Gianfranco Zola. Wow. Is the show us round?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah?
I guess we need to look at the sports complex.
We're about to play a little competition. We've got Team England against Team Rest of the World. The first one to make a basket wins. Whoa! Oh! There we go. Come on, Jim. It's great. Oh! Show them what we got. There we go. Where we go next?
Should we go to the gym?
Follow your lead.
Right, that's it. Yeah.
Can we make it to the end?
Yeah, that's it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Is that 1-1? I think it's time to go to the golf. I think we might have to try a little longest drive. See who's got it.
Longest drive. Come on. Oh. 256. Where next?
We are going to the running track.
Wow, this is incredible. What do you want to do? Maybe a little 40-meter race.
Go!
Oh, he's quick! He's quick! We've got one more challenge, but where are we going next? No,
Just kidding.
tell me, where are we going to finally find a winner?
Football.
Me and you, we play in Ethiopia. Yes! Fear's gone down. Oh, well done. Oh, you got it! Well done, yes! Oh, there it is! Team England.
It's Arsenal. You cannot expect anything more from them.
Plenty of respect for this man. Plenty of respect. Well, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for showing me around your incredible school.
It's more of a sporting complex for unbelievable athletes. And I wish I could come to a school like this now. I want to go back to school.
It is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I wish I had the same school when I was a little kid.
Just playing football at the end there with the kids and just seeing them express themselves. It brings the kid out of you when you get back on the field as well.
What an unbelievable facility here at Reignwood Park. These are the ball positions of our opening match. John Terry finding the water there on the right-hand side. All other three players in good position.
Well, his partner, Theo Walcott, saving him here.
Zola now with his second. Perfect position, 92 yards to the flag.
And that's all he needs to do. Just put it in the middle of the green, give yourself a putt. Get off the start with a par, calm the nerves a little bit. I think that's what all these guys are fighting right now.
Tricky flag radar over there on the left-hand side.
I think this is the era where I'm really interested to see how these players handle short game. I mean, all these guys can hit it, but it's the short game, I think, that we're going to see who separates the men from the boys.
Yeah, chipping around here, no bargain either. Can be against the grain quite often. Easy to chunk it in front of you. Batistuta there. Beautifully played, showing no signs of nerves here on the opening hole.
Looks seriously handy.
Still the only man to score consecutive hat-tricks at World Cups in 94 and 98.
And you couldn't ask for better conditions right now. Almost no wind, perfect weather. Questions. Off-roads. Going for the Texas wedge, going for the putter.
Smart play.
It's better to catch them.
I think for a lot of these guys, it's going to be easier for them to putt it closer than it is going to be to chip it. He's got a lot of green to work with, so it's all going to be about how judging the speed here. Speed, way more important than the line.
Yeah, he's done a pretty good job with it. Walcott, opportunity to save a par there for Team England. Certainly Team World in the box seat on the first hole.
Just like we've seen in so many Ryder Cups, you and your partner, what your partner do is going to influence what you do. So John Terry has a pop at the green. He's got a lot of speed. He's got a lot of power. Theo puts it right in the middle of the fairway. So he's got to look here.
I think we've got similar matchups here with England and Team World, don't we? Like you alluded to, Terry will have a crack. Walcott will play it safe. Batistuta, I think, will be the John Terry of Team World, and Zola looks like he's never going to miss a fairway.
Yeah, Zola just looks like he's going to hit a lot of fairways and a lot of greens. I was really impressed watching him on the driving range.
All right, radar, Franco Zola now birdie putt here at 1.
A little bit of green in this one right here, Ewan. It's out of the right-hand side. This boy is a
small in stature, big in heart, coming into the green, so it's a good whack to get it up there. These greens are quick down green and slow into it, so that's a pretty poor putt. It'll take them a few holes to get used to them, but these greens are just perfect. Only a couple of years old, they are just mint. Even I could hold one on these.
Gianfranco has his son on the bag, who's also an instructor, so I was talking to him on the range about the work they do with his golf swing.
An excellent opportunity here for Gabriel Batistuta to win the opening hole with a birdie. Beautiful tee shot, great pitch to here.
Going for a little modified claw grip here. He just pours it in.
What a way. What a way to open the campaign for Team World. You know, in the Pro-Am yesterday, Team World took out the first 3 prizes. One up here, or a point on the board after the opening match. Welcome Nick Doherty back into the commentary box. Good job out there this morning, Nick.
It was good. It was beautiful weather as well, a little bit cool, but it's already started to amp up the heat. And you know what? These are athletes, but they certainly, in their prime, would have been more than capable. A lot of golf to play today, 2 sessions. It's going to be super hot. Going to have to take on those electrolytes.
I think there are going to be a lot of sore backs at the end of today.
All right, let's head back down for the next group off that cauldron on the first tee.
In the second group. Over to Big John.
This is match number 2, Robinswood Park at the Icon of Football 2025. Make some noise for Team England. Two-time Premier League winner. 43 clean sheets for England, 4 Premier League Golden Gloves, and a defender, an icon, a Premier League champion. He's won the FA Cup, the League Cup, and the Europa League. Please welcome Joe Hart and Phil Jones. For Team World, he won La Liga with Real Madrid. He won 2 Bundesligas. He's one of Turkey's best ever players. And alongside him, the rock from which all other rocks come. 5 Premier League titles, a Champions League. From Serbia, Nemanja Vidic, and from Turkey, Hamid Altintop.
Boys, quick one before you go away. Joe, you've been in a kind of Rambo training, 3-month, hard-hitting golf simulation you've been living in right now. Is this helping you out now? How are the nerves?
100%, mate. I'm buzzing. I'm nervous, of course I am, but this is a massive event for me. I'm mega excited. I want to give it a right good whack.
Beautiful. Right, I think it's time to play. Let's go.
On the tee for Team England, Joe Hart.
All of that work, all of that preparation, much of it with you, Claude, as well this week. It comes down to this.
You know, it's been so fun watching Joe, and he's nervous, right? I mean, and I think this is a great example, Nick. This is what everybody else watching feels when they're on the first tee. They've been working on their game, they're trying some new stuff, and I hope this one hits the fairway. Come on, Joe, you got this.
It's a daunting tee shot for anyone, isn't it, off this first hole?
This is a weird vibe for Phil Jones. He's alongside the man who broke his heart with that Aguero goal in 2012 when he was a Man United player and they were trying to hunt down City. But he's against his old teammate who sat next to him in the dressing room at Old Trafford in Nemanja Vidic.
on the tee for Team World, Nemanja Vidic.
One for the Crocs.
It's not going to be the first one.
Oh, no.
So iron for safety here from the bench. And he has been grinding guys on the driving range. I mean, he's hitting balls almost in the dark every single night. And it's just ball after ball after ball. But he's got a good golf swing. Gets a little bit long at the top, but hits it pretty solid. I'd be surprised if this doesn't hit the fairway. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. All that practice and he does that.
Well, that's 2 Crocs to Team England, 1 to Team World.
Hamid Altintop.
Interesting scenario. Of course, you can call the captain and you can only do it once per session. Garcia, Westwood, 2 of the best drivers in the game of golf in history. Could you do it on the first tee? Would you do it on the first tee?
Well, I don't think they're allowed to use it off tees. It's got to be, which to be fair, for that reason though, I think, Ewan, because that, absolutely. Why wouldn't you have Lee or Sergio spank one into the heart of this green, take the edge? Pressure's on now.
Yeah, he needs to try and get this in play. Aim a little bit down the left, give it some room.
That was a get down the left sort of swing forward.
That was not going in the water, I can tell you that.
You know, you see this format and you think, better ball, one can have a go for it, one puts it in play, but 2 balls in play, always very valuable in this format. 2 against 1, much like in football, gets the job done. They're off and running.
The second match off and running, Claude. Got 1 player in play for each team. You knew that water would jump up and grab these players.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough start for a lot of these guys. And like the majority of golfers, a lot of these guys fight the slice. They fight coming over the top of it. And, you know, the first tee is just trying to get it in play, give your partner a chance, and take a little bit of the pressure off. But I think that was a big opening for Joe Hart. I mean, he's nervous, guys. Yeah, there are a lot of really good golfers here. There's guys that have single-digit handicaps. Joe knows he's not one of those, but he's been grinding on his game and been trying to help him a little bit this week, and it's been fun to watch.
You know, you and as professionals, we spend a lot of time trying to take the emotion out of what we do. That was a massive expulsion of emotion for Joe there. It meant a lot, that tee shot.
Absolutely, and these players would have been thinking and dreading about that first tee shot for ever since they've agreed to come here. It's out of the way now, and no doubt that that'll release a little bit of that pressure.
Got to say, Nemanja spent a long time watching that ball in the air, considering how far into the water it was heading, Claude. It wasn't close to dry land, was it?
It was not close to dry land. But these guys, I mean, they've played sports at such an elite high level, Nick, and golf for all of these players is a huge part of their life. So they want to come out, they want to play, and the way that they play at home, the way that they play on their home course is going to be very, very different than they're playing here, because this is the ultimate pressure, but not in the sport they're used to playing, golf.
So this is the situation. Nemanja Vidic down the right-hand side. Iron for safety didn't pan out into the water. It's a crock. Jones, well, I mean, like, alongside each other, he's his mentor. I mean, they're sticking together through thick and thin.
Yeah, and I think this is, I mean, that's the perfect place for Joe Hart to hit it. He's got a lot of green to work with. He can just kind of dump it in the middle. Let's go over and see what Mr. Vidic can do here.
There's a lot of build-up, Ewan, isn't there, to the first hole here? All that energy, all that time at the start of the week, and it is a scary tee shot. It's water down the right. It's a golfer's nightmare. And you feel like they just want to get off and running.
Absolutely, and I mean the good thing is that it's not stroke play, so if they make a 9 or a 10 on the hole, it doesn't matter. It's only 1 point that you can lose. I'll be excited just to get this first hole out of the way.
Well, Nick, as you know, as someone that has played at the highest level, when you're standing on this tee shot, you're not even looking at the water. You're looking at where your target is. You're looking at where you're trying to hit the golf ball. It's going to be very hard for these players to not see the water down all the way down that right-hand side. There we go. That looked like good contact. Oh, it just comes up a little bit short.
So a big opportunity here for Team England, and Joe Hart get this on the green, maybe make a 4. That's the first camel.
Yeah, a reminder that there is a running leaderboard through the first 3 sessions that all have camels, which are balls that find their way into the bunker. If they leave it in the bunker, it's another camel. And then obviously crocs for water-bound golf balls. There will be consequences when we get to the end of that, and it will be points deduction for the team with the most. Head to hole 2 and our opening match, and a little bit of an issue for John Terry in amongst the trees.
Yeah, there's not a tremendous amount of rough, but if you hit one wide here at Reignwood, you can get over here in the rough or in the trees. But that was really good contact.
Oh, what a shot. He's actually been quite fortunate there to have a shot at the green for his second. This second hole is quite visually intimidating off the tee. Right around the driving distance, it narrows up quite a bit.
So Phil Jones also in the water. This now the 3rd after the penalty drop. And those 2 Manchester United icons having to leave it really to their respective playing partners to do the heavy lifting here. It's amazing you think about the arenas they've been in, and we know it. We hear it time and time again from sports, from athletes that have been at the highest level. You take them out, you put them in a golfing environment, it changes everything, because they are not experts in this field, and they feel those nerves that everybody feels.
Well, I think it's a big shot for Joe. I mean, he got away the way he wanted to, didn't hit it into the water. If he can find the green here, it's going to give him a tremendous amount of confidence. Just got to carry it over this bunker. Plenty of green to work with. Anywhere on the dance floor here, and he's fine.
It's decent!
Come on. Just came up a little bit short.
That would be a camel for Team England. You've got the highest handicapper here in Joe Hart, playing off a handicap of 12. Phil Jones, the youngest participant in this Icon Series, the age of 32.
2 men that have seen a thing or two and done a thing or two when it comes to team competition. Lee Westwood, 11 Ryder Cups, 7 times a victorious side. And of course, Sergio, the highest point scorer ever in the history of what is golf's greatest clash between the United States and Europe. Big one coming up again this year at Bethpage Black. And those men have done a lot of work for a lot of success for the Europeans across the years.
Yeah, Nick, you know, with everything that's going on in professional golf, hopefully we can find a way to get Sergio and Lee back involved with the European Ryder Cup team. I think the fans would like to see that. All right, let's see what Joe Hart can do out of the bunker here.
These bunkers are just immaculately presented here at Reignwood Golf Course. And this first hole's still up for grabs. It's anyone's.
Little chunk and runner.
Oh, go in. What a good shot that was.
That's a brilliant shot.
Well, that'll give you and that'll give him a lot of confidence.
Loving the matching gloves for these players. Red for Team England, green for Team World. They look the part.
And in the ink department, I think Joe Hart is definitely leader in the clubhouse in the ink department.
There's a few players giving him a run for his money.
Patrick Berger especially.
Yeah.
Pretty good effort there, Wayne. Now it's for Elton Top.
Yeah, this is a hard shot. Easy to come up shy. A little bit of an upslope. Get too much sand, you come up 12 feet short, even though these greens are aiming way right. Don't like that. Needs to open himself up a little. Come on, prove me wrong.
pretty tidy from there.
Not a bad effort for a difficult shot.
It's our two highest handicappers in the entire tournament. They're going toe-to-toe here. So a few early nerves. And a bit of pressure on this first green. Looking for a moment of magic to try and force his way in, try and support his partner.
Well, I think the difficulty for the guys this week is going to be not falling in love with the line and just getting the speed right. If your golf ball, Ben Crenshaw told me once, Nick, if your golf ball always has the right speed, how far away from the hole are you really going to be? But I think sometimes we can all just fall in love with the line. That's a really good effort there.
Fairly rapid greens this week, Wayne.
Absolutely, yeah. Slow back in, uphill into the green. That was a fine effort, as Claude rightly said, you know, to leave it under the hole really good. You know, grain changes, newish greens, 2 years old. You wouldn't know it. This is Augusta-like condition-wise, but the greens have a little nap in them, just a little.
Just a reminder to get in touch with us through our social media platforms at Icon Series. Let us know who you think is going to take match 2, in fact, across all 6 games. Lots of ways to be involved in something pretty special this afternoon as we move towards that $10 million swing, where you could be involved, and in a very handsome way as well. $10 million up for grabs. One of them could belong to one of our viewers, should we see a magical moment. That's all to come. Focusing more on the now. We're going to head back out to that first match on the second, and Batistuta with an opportunity, being a good start for the internationals.
Oh, absolutely. Batistuta, a birdie on the opening hole. This for another birdie at hole 2. Could it be consecutive wins for Team World? It's a great start.
Well, on the poll we saw earlier, the fans think that Team England's going to win this first one, but don't sleep on World in the first match.
In that first game as well, both John Terry and Theo Walcott went with club members, obviously a part of the Reignwood group as well. A tough golf course, and your handicaps there travel nicely. If you can play off the sort of numbers those guys do there, you can do it anywhere.
If you've got a decent handicap around Wentworth, you can play.
Al's a top par putt radar at the opening hole.
Out of his right, down the hill, and it's just starting to get seriously humid out here. It's coming out of me. What a waste of good Chardonnay.
Oh, what an excellent try. Does leave the door ajar for Joe Hart.
And what a start that would be. You think about what's on his shoulders, the guts he's had to show, to put himself in front of everybody here. He's got a chance to win that opening hole.
They are known as Team Pretty. 2 incredible footballers, a Premier League Player of the Year, a French champion. He made football beautiful. And alongside him, a true midfield maestro, one of the greatest of all time, a great Czech player as well, a hammer of a left foot. Please welcome David Ginola and Patrick Berger.
Go on, boys. Everybody jump in. Jump in. Listen, there's a lot of connections in this team. We've got Liverpool, we've got, of course, got the Premier League. That goes out the window today. Look, the energy you came in with, Vincey, you're always quite calm and collected, but there's no friends here.
All right coming in, actually. I thought it was all right.
I enjoyed it, but it weren't on the governor.
I'm knackered now, you know what I mean? So I'll get a shot in a minute.
How's the back?
Back's okay. I'm not going to talk about the back. I just get through that, playing with the friends.
Excuses
No,
all the
no.
time.
Excuses. Well, there's no time for excuses now. We'll let you get on and play. Boys, good luck and enjoy.
Speaking to these guys at the start of the week, they live for this sport. It is literally the perfect outlet for what they miss from being competitive, elite-level, world-class footballers. They find it in golf.
Team England, Lynch.
Paul Ince and Robbie Fowler have spoken openly about that. They love this game.
Well, I haven't talked to one player this week, Nick, when you ask them, do they miss playing football? Do they miss being a part of the team, the atmosphere? To a man, every single one of them just looks at you and says, I just miss it so much. So this is a great opportunity, not only the competition, but I think this is a great opportunity for them to feel that camaraderie that they're used to feeling. I talked to David Ginola at the dinner last night. I mean, if there's a cooler person here, I don't know what it is. I mean, the outfit, the hair, the tan. I mean, he just has this aura about him, and he's got a very good golf swing. And so I think we're going to see some good shots from David this week.
David also, of course, doing the Ryder Cup opening ceremony at Le Golf National back in 2018. Head on up to that first green, where the opportunity for Joe Hart has slid by, unfortunately, as well.
Phil Jones with the bogey. Joe Hart could do no better than bogey.
But guys, if you'd have told Joe Hart he was going to be where he is on the first hole, not be in the water, not making a big number, he would have definitely taken that.
Well, this man, Paul Ince, he shot under par. He's had a hole-in-one. He's had an albatross. He'd love to add an Icon Series title to it. Driver off one. A little worm burner, is it, down the left-hand side?
I've got a feeling Paul's hit that in a place that he's glad we didn't spot. So over to you, Robbie.
There's plenty of room down the left-hand side. So the bailout is definitely going to be over those bunkers. And that even gives you a decent look at this green on the first.
Just a little bit of wind out of the left-hand side now, Claude. Just a little puff of it.
That's a good move that Robbie Fowler possesses. And it looks like a good start there for Team England.
Paul Ince doing the usual, you hit it offline and then you kind of do the back thing, trying to make out like the back was the issue. I mean, he's got all the moves.
That too, a very athletic move, Patrick Berger. That's a good start down the left-hand side.
World, David Ginola.
He said in the practice rounds yesterday and the day before that he was trying to not hit bad shots. I told him last night, listen, don't waste any time on the golf course trying to hit a bad shot. Stand up, try and hit a good one. If you hit a bad one, that's fine. But Ewan, as you know, there's nothing worse than trying not to do something on the golf course. You're trying not to hit it in the water, and then you hit it in the water. So he's got the little hybrid for safety. But this is a good golf swing.
Little Hogan-like to take the club away. That one's down the left. Let's try again, Incy.
Credit where credit's due, having another pop. Yeah, a lot of guys would have made the walk. Not Incy. Wants another crack. That's better.
Oh. He may not be out of this hole still.
Most improved. Some golfers, like footballers, just want the ball, and Paul wanted another go. Well worth the wait. Same for David.
And like so many people watching it, player B always better than player A. You get that other ball, hit a better shot. And there we go.
How often do you see that? Like you said, player B, get a second serve in tennis. Never make a mistake. There we go. Plenty of adoring fans here.
I'm on the TV, man.
Up to that second hole, and is a putt for a tie for Theo Walcott. So trying to avoid 2-0 down. Oh, what a roll. Nice.
He's got the early walk on it.
And a little fist pump. That was a big putt for Team England.
That's a biggie. Very early stages here at Reignwood Park. And remember, it is a point scoring system. They will play all 10 holes. Whatever the difference is between each of the matches, that will be added to a total at the end. But the early advantage going the way of Batistuta and Zola in the top match is 1-0 currently.
Nick, if there's one place that you claim that nobody saw the first one, this is not the place to do it, because everyone around the world saw the first one for both David and Incy.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys were just trying to make sure that they got it somewhere on dry land. But it's just such a difficult opening tee shot. And this is what everybody watching at home feels day in and day out. Like you said, Nick, I mean, you'd stand up on this hole, you'd hit a little just cut down there. You wouldn't even see the water, right? You'd pick your target out and stuff like that. But these players, it's the first time they've ever had to really kind of step up and hit great shots.
Well, Jimmy Bullard hits more than a few great shots. He is a scratch golfer. He's coming up next. And he is iconic, all right. He's got a big support, big following here. Played for a lot of clubs across his career, 90 appearances in total for Peterborough, Wigan, most notably, of course, Fulham. But he is the live wire of that English side, and he could get right up the nose of Nigel de Jong today, who is a straight-talking, no-nonsense sort of guy. That could get quite ugly. A bit of needle in that game. That's upcoming. They're waiting back on the tee for their moment as we head down the fairway. And a lot being put on the shoulders of Berger here. This is the situation on the first hole into the third match. We've seen a few slightly iffy, nervy tee shots, but in play, Robbie Fowler, stunning tee shots, just giving him a flick of the wrist from 72 yards. Patrick Berger, a little bit more work to do from that bunker. It was a slightly awkward position, so you'd have to say a bit of an advantage here for Team England.
Yeah, excellent
I'm
tee shot.
loving it. I'm loving it, you giving me the yardages, Nick.
Well, whatever you want, mate, whatever you need to help you make that job easier.
All right, what do we got here? Just a little, off a little upslope. This is great. But if he wants to hit it close from over on the left-hand side here, he needs to hit it between the left fringe and the flag. And he's setting up nicely to that. We might see a little side spin. I'm used to calling shots for the great players of the world, so maybe I'll get a little cute with them all. Well, that's dead.
And that was his fourth shot, so it's all on Patrick Berger here for Team World.
Robbie knew where the net was. Do you know where the hole is, Robbie? One of the good guys. I've had a good few chats with him this week. He's a champion guy. Ball slightly below his feet, just a nudge.
Oh, what an excellent shot. Robbie Fowler. What about that hat-trick? 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Incredible.
Is there anything that you don't know?
Oh, a lot. A hell of a lot.
I think Ewan's forgotten more than you know, Wayne. You mentioned, Robbie, what a star he was for Liverpool. God, he was known. His nickname there at Anfield, a Cop favourite. And very much up for this, Wayne, isn't he? You hear him talking it. I mean, he lives for this game, but loving the idea of getting his teeth into this world side.
Well, they're all loving it. I mean, they really are. I was out with John Terry just a few holes. You watched him for the first two, and they are so up for this, you can't believe it. It really is. Well, it's probably a thing that they haven't felt since they played football. Now, this is horrible. This is a horrible little shot to face. Easy to chunk it into the bunker or knife it over the back.
There's an opportunity here for Team England to get on the board. Really nice, tidy play from Robbie Fowler. Beautiful tee shot, nice wedge. This is a look at how the hole sets up, Claude.
Yeah, traditionally it's the 9th hole for the members here at Ravenswood. A little bit left to right here, plenty of green, very generous pin position. Even though it's cut on the left-hand side, there's plenty of room right of the flag. A little bit of a false front over there on the right-hand side.
Well, it's going to be just a cracking day. We're very early stages here. This is our situation in our commentary positions. We take in these early shots, and there's been a mixed bag, Claude, hasn't there? I think we'd be fair to say those nerves are present. We can see that clearly.
I think the most important thing for all these players, Nick, early on is not the direction they're hitting the golf ball, how much it's curving. If they can just hit the golf ball solid, if they can get those iron shots solid, if they can get those tee shots solid, that's going to give them the confidence to kind of stand up and say, okay, maybe I can make a little bit more of a confident swing as opposed to a nervy swing. That's the thing I think all these players are going to be fighting today, is that confidence factor. When they feel like they can be aggressive, when they feel like they can't be aggressive.
Are you expecting these guys to really sort of level up as they get through this first hole? Just it's a big challenge straight out the gate, isn't it?
Absolutely it is, but it's funny how first tee nerves, the first hole of a tournament, can play such a pivotal role, because these guys in practice rounds, there were a couple of eagles here, there were 3 or 4 players driving it on the green. I've seen a lot of crocs and camels already.
Yes. Just a little bit of practice, get a little feel for the greens at the early stages. Paul Ince isn't going to be required for Team England here. Robbie in great shape. He's got a relatively short putt, probably, what, 7 or 8 feet left for his
Icons of Football 2025. This is match number 4, representing Team England. A player with 3 Premier League titles, 2 FA Cups, and the proud owner of the Sharpie Shuffle. Alongside him, a formidable defender, an Everton icon, 40 caps for his country as well. Please welcome Lee Sharp and Phil Jagielka. And for Team World, what a partnership this is. 2 truly incredible strikers. A Premier League and Serie A champion. He won the Libertadores as well. 76 caps for Argentina. And alongside him, a true great of his generation. A World Cup top scorer. He won the Copa America. He won 112 caps for Uruguay. Please welcome Carlos Tevez and Diego Forlan.
England up against the South Americans, and quite the Manchester United partnership as well.
On the team for Team England, Lee Sharp.
And Forlan. However, quite the player.
Yeah, Lee Sharp, scratch handicapper, as well as Jimmy Bullett, the lowest handicappers here. Had dreams of playing professional golf on the Legends Tour. Hasn't happened yet, but this is a man that's hit it on the green in the practice rounds, and he's taking dead aim here. Smooth golf swing. Is it going to hang on? Oh, what a start.
Just gets unlucky and rolls into the bunker.
On the tee for Team England, Phil Jagielka.
A camel button acceptable block. It's a lovely tee shot and takes the pressure off Phil Jagielka as well.
Surprised he's driver off the deck? I mean... I mean, that takes some guts to just burn driver off the deck on the first hole.
Feel like it might have just
On the T4 Team World, Diego Forlan.
Respect the play, though.
It's gutsy. Some would call it showboating.
Some people would call it not smart.
Yeah, what a sportsman Forlan is, obviously, as a footballer. Handy golfer, now professional tennis player as well.
He was over at the KIS International School doing some tennis with Sergio earlier in the week.
Where are we?
On the T4 Team World, Carlos Tevez.
Well, I'm not sure there's anything that Carlos Tevez hasn't won in the world of football. Handy golfer. He also caddied for Andres Romero the final round of the 2012 Open Championship.
...2008 penalty shootout against Chelsea, Champions League. He slotted the first one. United on the way to hoisting that trophy. So a man for the big moment, but conservatively down the left, but in play, in play.
He definitely had that club face, Nick, pointing left. He had the anti-slice set up there, so smart move. But back to Lee Sharp. I've been impressed in watching him hit golf balls. He probably, other than Jimmy Bullard, I think him, John Terry, those guys hit the golf ball the most solid consistently.
As too as Robbie Fowler here on the opening hole, a birdie putt. 2 putts to win the hole for Team England, and he only needs 1. Cool, calm and collected, isn't he?
That's a very nice settler. 3 to start, point for Team England, and they're first as well. So this is the situation. It's even Stevens right now. Obviously 1-0 up in the top match after that opening victory for Batistuta and Zola on John Terry and Theo Walcott. Nothing between them in match 2. And there, with the birdie 3, is Robbie Fowler with partner Paul Ince. 1-0 up against the dream team of Ginola and Berger. Beautiful golf course for the players. I mean, when you look at conditioning, you think about the level of golf you've played through your career, the beautiful course you've had the privilege of playing, where does it sit?
Oh, as far as the condition of it, it's in the top 5 for sure. You can't fault the place. I mean, they've got over 100 ground staff here, just keeping things in check, and it's just absolutely beautiful. There are no excuses. The greens are rolling as good as any I've seen anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Robbinswood and the Reignwood group about putting in a golf academy here, one of the things that sold me on it when I made a visit here was the condition of the golf course.
Tee shot at the par 5, 4th for Gianfranco Zola there. 2 points on the board for Team World through 3 holes.
And it was a par for Zola on the 3rd. Earned them that. Bogey and a double for John Terry and Theo Walcott. So a couple up now on them, 2-0.
Yeah, so Gabriel tends to fade the golf ball, aims a little bit to the right, comes over it. And we're going to see a lot of that. I mean, that's a pretty repeatable move for him. He just kind of has that little closed setup, takes it a little bit inside, and then just kind of comes over it.
Low tee, just the 3-wood here for Theo Walcott.
You see him on the range, actually. He leans on this quite a lot, this club. Very comfortable.
He's in good shape, isn't he?
Well, he's hoping to get this in play, and his partner, John Terry, already with the driver out.
Gianfranco Zola with the par 4 at the third to win a second point in that top match. John Terry trying to respond. An aggressive play. Full tilt with the driver.
I think he's going to take driver pretty much everywhere. I mean, that's what he's got to try and do. If Theo Walcott can get it in play, they've got to try and ride the fact that John Terry's got some length.
Well, a little earlier this week, we had an opportunity to catch up with the England legend and the icon that is John Terry.
I'm hoping to bring to the team some solid golf, a couple of birdies, and a bit of light-hearted banter. There's a few things in mind I've got for Gianfranco, but I'm not sure I can say a lot of it on air. The most iconic thing that could happen and will happen is winning this week. If we win this weekend, definitely a few beers, a few bottles of champagne, and a few more beers.
You know, you see the rivalries there, and they're quite often between clubs. You know, you expect it, Liverpool, Manchester United, but a little bit amongst Chelsea players there. And they talk about the legends of Chelsea, all three of the biggest ones playing right here in John Terry, obviously Gianfranco Zola and Ruud Gullit.
Yeah, and like you said, that those rivalries, Robbie Fowler alluded to it with you on the range earlier. They never go away.
Well, long way offline left, but he is in play. Diego Forlan, all depending on the lie here. That's actually not a bad shot from there.
Good lead as well. So many of these players just so athletic. They're good at whatever they put their mind to, and Forlan probably epitomises that more than anyone.
You know what, Wayne, when you see the guys and they're struggling a little bit of nerves off the first, we should remind people, at the level that you played, a former Aussie Open champion, you know, they don't go away. Even when you were at your best, you felt nerves off that first tee, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. That's a great point. And the thing is, I'll tell you one thing. I often go to Stamford Bridge. I am a Chelsea supporter, and I watch so much John Terry, and I watched him tee it up on the first hole here. And as his hand went down there, it was quivering. It was quivering. And, you know, we've heard so much in Ryder Cups and stuff. The boys said it's very, very difficult to get the ball onto the tee. And that is, that's the fact right here. These boys are up for this. Those juices flow and they never go away. This guy can seriously play. He really is a good player, Sharpie. And look, he's opening this up.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot though, Raider.
Oh, for a good player like this, it shouldn't be that difficult. Just trying to release it out to it. Just caught a little too much sand. Plenty of green to work with. He won't be happy with that.
Well, he'll be used to these conditions, lives out here in Thailand, so the heat, the weather, this type of grass, he'll be used to all of that.
Yeah, a few of the guys struggling still with a touch of the jet lag with the trip over. Add to that the heat. You've got to look after yourself to try and get the most out of your body, especially when it's feeling things that aren't normal.
It's a great point because these players, they've had a lot of obligations media-wise over the last couple of days. So conserving energy, not easy.
I think it's going to break to the right, but yeah, just try to land on that little down slope.
So rough around the greens here at Robinwood, not too thick, so.
Icons of Football 2025, this is match number 5. Representing Team England, we have one of the Premier League's
Great career for Diego Forlan, obviously Manchester United hero, an icon there, but also Villarreal, Atletico Madrid.
He was such a fan favourite at United, wasn't he? They were always chanting his name. And as you mentioned, Nick, trying to play professional tennis now.
Well, we'll leave him because you've got to go and capture that energy of Jimmy Bullard on the first tee. I mean, if anyone is happy to be here, you put this man at the top of that list.
It is Team Netherlands, a Champions League winner, a twice Dutch Player of the Year. He represented Ajax, Barcelona and Rangers. Alongside him, one of football's greatest enforcers, a Bundesliga winner, a World Cup finalist. He really was so solid in that midfield. Please welcome Ronald de Boer and Nigel de Jong.
The destroyers for the world team here in De Jong and De Boer. That's going to be a good match. They're up against, obviously, Jimmy Bullard, really strong player. Back to Forlan now.
Yeah, that's his fourth shot, trying to chase it up there, still not on the green. Definitely advantage to Team England.
On the tee for Team England, Jimmy Bullard.
He's living his best life, Jimmy Bullard. I mean, he is a live wire anyway. You can see that for what he's done with his career post-football as well, but this is his strength. He knows coming here that there's a lot expected of him, and he wants to stand up and be one of the strong men of that England side.
Well, he definitely doesn't lack any confidence, so I'd be shocked if he doesn't rip this right down the middle of the fairway. If he doesn't, he is going to catch a lot of heat.
It's a good swing, it's a good strike. Is it a little bit left? You really got chalk and cheese in the personalities here, don't you?
His partner in Jermaine Genius, the Tottenham Hotspur star midfielder.
Really good player too, Nick. Handicap of 4. Can hit the ball, hits this straight. He can knock this on the green.
Just 303 yards today.
Yeah, 2 balls in play. That piles the pressure on there. Some images that perhaps Sergio and Lee will maybe need to remove from their brains as they leave the tee. There's been a few iffy tee shots, been a few gudgeons too. So we're going to see another one here. Driver in hand.
Left-handers have a little bit of an advantage here. They can work it away from the water if they choose.
On the team for Team World, Nigel De Jong.
Both De Boer and De Jong, handicaps of 8. There is handicap index involved here, so they will both get 2 strokes around the course.
This team's got the matching Jordans on for the shoe game.
Ooh, clips the tree. Is it cutting?
There's no cut in that, I can promise you.
It's not a croc, though. It's far from it.
It's a snap hook is what it is, Nick. It's definitely not a croc.
Jimmy, one of the strongest players here in the tournament, especially on Team England. Are you happy with how that went?
Do you know what, Josh? I've never been so nervous. I've got to be honest. I never hit that duck hook. Right's no good. Do you know what I mean? I just wanted to get one in play. But what an atmosphere! This is so good, right?
No, it's unbelievable. The energy you came with as well. Listen, your partners also. You're up in a similar area. 2 very, very strong players. I think you got this, Jimmy. I'm going to let you go. Enjoy and good luck. Pleasure, brother.
Come on.
It's coming home has been uttered once or twice by Jimmy so far this week. Ruud Gullit, not a massive fan of it. Not a massive fan, it's got to be said. Nice bit of needle between these two sides, just how we want it. Now, ahead to Phil Jones. Oh. Well done. And a point.
Another point for Team England.
Par 4 there, good enough to steal that point. So 2-0 down in that top match, but 1-0 up in matches 2 and 3.
Oh, Carlos Tevez. A birdie. And a point on the board for Team World on hole 1. Might have to fix that cup as well.
I was going in at pace. But nice to see these players get the ball to the hole. That's the other thing, Nick. I think they're used to trying to make these putts, but the only way they're going to make putts is to actually get the speed right and try and be a little bit more aggressive.
The magician, Gianfranco Zola.
And we're just going to see a bunch of that. Nicky's one of the few players that doesn't whip that golf club massively inside and then have to make that over-the-top move. I think the players this week, other than Lee Sharp, Lee takes it a little bit on the end, but the tendency, like a lot of us that play average golf, is the golf club gets inside on that backswing, and then you have to do that over-the-top move to recover.
Strong right-hand grip here for Theo, Claude.
Yeah, it's definitely not a weak grip. Though that catch a little bit of the right side of this green.
I feel like if there's a player whose golf game matches their personality, it's no one better than Gianfranco Zola. They're just rock solid, steady.
Reignwood Park really is a place like no other. A little bit like this golf contest we've got this week. There's not a lot in it, to be fair. Tevez with that early point about to be added through that first hole. Fairly evens here, though, between the world and England. Really is a beautiful golf course. You know, you walk around in the practice days with the players, and especially when we're at home back in the UK, and it's a bit mucky, it's a bit cold, it's not inspiring. Then you come here and it just makes you want to play all day long.
The golf course is amazing. The entire facility, once you drive into Reignwood Park, we got a glimpse of the school earlier. I mean, why wouldn't you want to be educated here? It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, the indoor facilities we have for my academy here, I just have never seen anything. And that's the thing that they've done with this entire project. Their commitment to excellence, their commitment to quality, their commitment to creating a world-class environment for a golf tournament. And I think this is a great showcase for the Reignwood group and Robbinswood.
I'm one day going to commit fully to having that rockery built in my back garden, Claude, because it's a little bit special. It's quite overwhelming when you get up close and personal with it. It's just to the left of that sixth hole. The Bulldog Barmy Army in the house. They are out in force for Jimmy. And do please get in touch with us as well. Hashtag Icon Series through all of our social media channels. It'll be X, Instagram.
I'm impressed seeing the Hull City jerseys here in Bangkok as well. Thought I might see some Man U's, Chelsea's, Liverpool's, but the Hull City ones to go with the Jimmy Bullard mask. It's impressive.
Well, obviously, in the UK, football is our sport. But out here in Thailand, it is every bit as big.
Oh, yeah.
Every bit as big. Remember to get in touch. Let us know what you would do on that first hole as well. Hashtag Icon Series. Would you have a pop at that green? Out to the fourth and the top match. Bit of work to do here. Terry and Walcott, they were quite fancied in this game. They're trailing.
Well, if he can judge where he wants to carry this, he can roll it out there.
Very good.
So just getting it on the edge. That was really, really good there. I like that. Nice touch.
I almost think chipping around these greens, Claude, is probably a little bit easier from the rough, given the fact there's not much rough, and the short grass is actually against you, that green.
Yeah, and the ball is going to sit up.
De Jong.
Third shot, found trouble off the tee. Oh, what a shot this is.
Little assist from the caller there. He'll take it.
Well, he has found a way after a tee shot that was sort of ankle high and very much left to have a putt still that's very makeable for a par 4. Playing partner.
Oh. I know that shot.
A little skinny.
I know that shot.
5 matches out onto the golf
Icons of
course, just
Football
one to go.
2025. This is the final match of the morning session, and it is the ultimate contest between 4 true icons of football. Please welcome one of Manchester United's best ever players, 11 Premier League titles, 2 Champions Leagues, the Ginger Prince he is known as, and alongside him a treble winner, an England great, a Premier League Player of the Year, 2 of England's best ever. Please welcome Teddy Sheringham and Paul Scholes.
As iconic as icons can be, those two from Manchester United.
The Ginger Prince. Come on with that. I like that.
And for Team World, 2 names that simply make you go, wow. A Ballon d'Or winner, 2 European Cups, 3 Serie A's. He made his position his own, and alongside him, a Ballon d'Or winner, a FIFA World Player of the Year, 4 Serie A's, 2 La Ligas, a Champions League winner as well. These are 2 of the greatest footballers the world has ever seen. Please welcome Ruud Gullit and Luis Figo!
Priceless artwork of football, those two. Think about what they've done through their careers in the arenas that they've delivered in as well.
Well, it's the tour equivalent of having 4, 5, 6 majors in your bag. Player of the Year, Varden Trophy, FedEx Cup. I mean, those two, there isn't much in the game they haven't done.
On the tee for Team England, Teddy Sheringham.
And the longevity these players displayed as well. Almost 1,500 Premier League appearances between Scholes and Sheringham. 443 Premier League goals. And handy golfers as well, 4 handicaps.
A very special season for Manchester United in 1999 when they won the treble. Teddy scoring in that final in the Champions League. Paul Scholes, his playing partner today in that 11.
Taking the aggressive line here, he can almost get it to the green.
It's a big one. With his best, he might get it 10 paces short. This is way left down towards me. Stay out of that cabbage over there. Oh, that's not pretty over there.
It's not an easy one to commit to, is it, Wayne? You know, you stand there on that tee, you have a plan, you have an idea what you want to do, and then the moment captures you and you think anywhere but right. Anywhere.
Well, it has to be the perfect shape, Nick. As you know, you've got to aim it at the left green side bunker and slide it off it. Look, I seriously like the layup today. And when you're going to lay up, as they say in the trade, maybe even an iron and a foolish wedge. But if you have a go with a driver, I don't think you can reach. So there's not a lot of point to sort of have a big dig at it.
Aggressive line for Scholes.
It's all right.
Well, if Paul Scholes hits one in the water here, I haven't seen him hit a ball right yet. I mean, Paul Scholes is definitely going to miss it if he misses it to the left.
So we can breathe now, okay? Luis Figo.
Just a massive golf fan. He and Sergio, very good friends. Ran into Luis Figo under the tree, Nick, at Augusta National a couple of years ago. He was out following Sergio around. So cool when you see these players at tour events. You get to see them at Wentworth in the BMW. They love the game. They love watching what the best players in the world do.
He knows what pressure is. Barcelona to Real Madrid, that's pressure.
That wasn't the smoothest of transitions. Oh, what a shot that is.
On the tee for Team World, Ruud Gullit.
We see Ruud play quite a lot. He's a regular on the DP World Tour in the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship. Bit of a fan favourite there, as he will be here.
I think Dickie said the other night he's played in every Dunhill Links so far. It's his favorite tournament of the year. It's got a little bit of the step follow through, which I like.
Using the ground well.
Oh, yeah.
He's a member of the International in Amsterdam. Really nice golf course, home of the KLM Dutch Open.
I think Paul Scholes has ever been called the Ginger Prince before. He'll take it.
Oh, it's sticking though, isn't it? It's sticking, that one.
No.
I mean, 4 iconic players.
But when you spend time with these guys off the golf course, you can get such a sense of how much golf means to them, how important golf is to their life.
Another opportunity for Team World. Batistusta's already had 1 birdie on the opening hole. Can he do it here again at 4?
Oh, just left it short.
Not really going to plan that top match. I think John Terry, Theo Walcott would have definitely fancied their chances up against Batistuta and Zola, as good as they are. You know, good John Terry is, and Theo really steady.
Well, they're heading to Team England's home hole now, aren't they?
Exactly. Goodness me. A very special clubhouse. Reminiscent of the iconic one, of course, that sits at Wentworth Club.
Jimmy Bullard, par putt at the opening hole. Solid start.
Yeah, just easing himself into the round. Nick, I'm surprised by that first match. I think you're right. I think John Terry and Theo Walcott would have thought they would have been the favourites there.
Well, it is the home hole. It's one of the things we're going to keep track of. Well, what that means is if England win it, they'll get a point. But if the world side win as the away side, they will earn 2, so there's an opportunity to really pump up their lead here.
That was a good-looking shot, too, for Batistuta. Just short, that's fine.
That opportunity is reversed on the 8th, which is the home hole for the world side. And Claude, take us through the challenge.
Well, the par 3 here, the 5th, 187 yards. Pin right in the middle. Plenty of green to work with. I think on the par 3s, the strategy is don't worry about where the hole is. Just try and get it anywhere on the dance floor. Because I think if you try and go flag hunting on these par 3s, you can bring the bunkers into play. You can short side yourself. So just dump it in the middle. Maybe you make a putt. You get out with a par. The pin today on the front portion of this green at the 5th.
It doesn't look like any balls on the green there. Maybe 3 could win that hole.
Batistuta was right in line, Ewan, right. We can see that just by the flag there. Maybe a half step more and he would have been on the dance floor.
I love what they've done with the scoring system. Double points on offer on holes 5, 8 and 10 as well, the finishing hole.
And
Crocks and camels.
And we keep talking about it, guys. Joe Hart, he would have taken being 1 up early in a match. It's going to give him a lot of confidence.
Look at the incredible grounds here. Reignwood Park, and in amongst it, Robinswood Golf Club. Beautiful piece of turf for these players to apply their trade today. A little bit left for Ginola.
Yeah, the tendency for David is the body tends to slow down a little bit. I mean, I think that's one of the things all the players are going to be fighting, is trying to get their big muscles to kind of keep moving and not let those small muscles take over. Guys, this is the first time we've seen Fourballs in play off the tee.
I think that's right.
That's good.
Took 6 matches.
It could well be. It's going to be Wayne's group, this one. He's going to be walking with these icons in the anchor match. And who are you liking here, Wayne?
Oh, I like England in this match. That was a fine shot. We've got Captain Lee Westwood out here. Captain, how do you see this? You're not going to say Sergio's team's going to win this. I see this to England.
I like England in this match too. You know, both my guys in this match, Teddy and Paul, are both consistent. Both hit a lot of good shots. Not nervous at all this morning. So.
Why would you be nervous, Lee?
Tell you what, it was like being on the first tee in the Ryder Cup for us with some of these guys. You know, they're out the comfort zone. Paul Ince had to have Sergio tee his second one up for him, so that shows how nervous they are. Their hands are shaking.
JT's hand was shaking.
Everybody's hand's been shaking. But, you know, that's just something else you've got to combat. These guys walk out onto a football field. Great shot. A bit of spin. Walk out onto a football field and they use the nerves and adrenaline to their advantage, but they've got to come out onto a first tee here and they've got to calm everything down, haven't they? They've got to do completely the opposite to what they would normally do.
How Forest going?
Forest are doing great, aren't we? Third in the Premier League. Champions League incoming.
There's a bit of time to run on that one yet, Westy. But so far, so good. A lovely approach from Figo, just the spin hurt.
Yeah, right from the middle of the fairway. Goes right at the flag, spins it.
Well, Carlos Tevez made a birdie on the first hole for the win. Can he do it again here at the second? It's a long way away.
Yeah, this is going to break from his right to left.
Oh, you're kidding.
Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Can he hoops it?
Tevez.
Look at this.
Course record watch.
He can't believe it.
He was styling that out until he put his hand on his head, as in the, oh my goodness, I can't believe what's happened, gave it away. But why wouldn't you? After that start, to follow it up with this, and it was always tracking.
Think about how much he's going to dine out on that putt, right?
Now, we do have a shot of the day, which you, the fans, will vote for as well. So worth keeping an eye on. That could very much be a candidate, couldn't it, when we get to it? It's going to have a point value to that as well for the shot that we pick at the end of the day.
Well, that would be hard to go past that one. One of the final players to arrive here as well, coming from a family skiing holiday in Colorado, Carlos Tevez.
Bit of a change in temperature there, isn't it?
You think?
Just a little. Now let's see if Rudhula can get the speed here.
Didn't take long over the ball. It's got to come left. Not enough.
Teddy Sheringham has one of Thongjai JD's sons on the bag for him. The iconic Thai kind of OG golfer Thongjai. A big ambassador for this club here at Robbinswood and the Reignwood group.
Oh, beautiful touch for Paul Scholes. Yeah, JD's been on side here the last few days. Teddy Sheringham now with the birdie putt here.
Right to left. Gathers pace over the last 10 feet of its journey. And being out of the right-hand side, the break in this putt for Teddy. We're not looking at Teddy right now. They have changed. It's 6-1, half a dozen the other right now. But this one's straight up the hill. It doesn't want to break a whole lot. Just straight up the spine of the green for Figo. Well, Teddy is having a go, but Figo put his ball down. Don't see that very often, but there you go. He had a great little bar down in Villamore at Figo. Not that I went there, but I was told about it.
Oh, I went there, Wayne.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, I kept him in business, buddy.
I went too, I was lying.
A little bit of negotiation going on there. Teddy shaming Hullett into the give in his match play, so that it's fine to do that. Maybe not ask for it, but, you know, fine to get it given. To win the hole.
Just by looking at Figo's putting stroke, Nick, it looks really good. Just with the practice stroke, you can tell this boy can putt. It's some guys look awkward, and some don't. He looks right. We'll watch that today, see if I'm right or wrong. Can he putt? Can he hold them? I think we'll see him hold a few.
He's left himself a little nerve jangler there at the first hole, so has Hullett. That was a nervy stroke.
So that would be the opposite of Figo's putting stroke. That didn't look confident.
Well, if we watch Figo right here, it's inside left this putt, or fairly straight with pace. He's got the line down there, and he just looks... The ball is outside his nose. I always like to sort of see the nose over the ball, but he's just inside that, but he just looks really good with the putter, for me.
I think he's got a little the index finger down the shaft. You know, Brooks Koepka putts very well like that.
Mark McNulty.
He could putt.
Fully underway here now, every match on the course. Now to England's home hole. Remember, if they win it, they get a point, but double points for the away team here, which would be Team World, if they can do it. So for 2.
Oh, and that would have given them a 4-point lead.
Opportunity reversed on the par 3 8th, which is the world's home hole. So England will be away there. The opportunity to win it and claim 2 points. They are working really quite nicely together in that opening match. To the second.
This is a difficult tee shot here at number 2, and De Jong's found the fairway bunker. Second shot. Was chatting to him last night, Nick, at the barbecue. He really only started playing golf back in 2018 when he was in Doha. Working as the technical director now for the Dutch Football Federation. That is one of the best shots you will see over the next couple of days.
I mean, he has no idea how good that shot was.
In these early stages, another contender for shot of the day. Of course, a lot of time and a lot of golf for us to improve on it, but pretty special. Now, Joe Hart, 3rd shot to the 4th.
Oh. I got to say, Shank with the hybrid is impressive.
Joe's approach is smacks a little of Hulk smash in how he approaches it. He just loves to larrup it off the tee. It's his favourite thing about the game. And not something you can really afford on the second, because it pinches in a little up there, Ewan.
Yeah, it does. And as you saw De Jong finding one of those bunkers on the left, we saw Terry way over on the right-hand side. It really does pinch in at driving distance, and then the approach just plays a couple of yards uphill. Front right pin today. Not easy to get it close unless you're Nigel De Jong. And we've seen Tevez birdie this hole. De Jong in with another chance for a 3. Team World really owning this hole at the moment.
Up to the 3rd. Robbie Fowler, who's got off to a really strong start. It's about to go 3-0 up.
It's just becoming a highlight reel the last couple of minutes.
Well, you've got the style and flamboyance of Ginola and Berger up against the grit of Ince and Fowler. Well, there's been a few great highlights, so let's take you through the very best of them so far in these early stages.
And it was the first match out. Team World, Gabriel Batistuta, a wonderful opening tee shot just short of the green here on the par 4. And an equally delicate pitch up there. Set up a birdie putt.
And then he follows it up with a solid putt.
Theo Walcott in the opening match as well. This a birdie putt at the second, par putt to tie the hole. Nicely done. Playing alongside John Terry.
And then over to the first, Robbie Fowler with a birdie putt. Right in the center. Starts off with a birdie.
Setting the tone, but on that same hole for the other side. Yeah. Team World, it would be Tevez doing the very same thing.
Look at this. Straight in the back of the cup. That ball got air when it hit the hole.
And greedy, as he was as a footballer, for goals this time, for birdies and for points here. Next hole, Tevez again from downtown.
Yeah, I mean, he's making it rain from way downtown here. beautiful speed, got the line, and perfect. Off to a great start, Carlos Tevez. He can't believe he's got the hand on the head. Let's go.
This is the canvas for these amazing footballers. They are iconic players, but what truly is an icon?
To me, an icon is someone that is extraordinary at what they do.
The winners.
Legendary status, the elites.
Someone that you can aspire to.
It brings their personality into it.
Charisma.
Passion.
Longevity.
Something that is not easy to achieve.
Something really, really special.
There's few in the world that are iconic, full stop.
Johan Cruyff.
Thierry Henry.
Michael Jordan.
Peter Schmeichel.
Maradona, Zico.
Michael Phelps.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, I'd say icon.
That just moves the needle.
Doing great things under pressure.
The word icon is how other people see you.
All the names who are actually present here, they are all icons.
Leadership, elegance, unique.
Players that were comfortable, feeling uncomfortable, and ones that, in those moments when most of us would fear it, asked for the ball. And that's what all of these guys were.
Incredible athletes, weren't they? And, you know, we've spoken so much about what golf means to these players, and I think it's important for a lot of these players to have a release after their careers. We've got the adrenaline rush here at the Icon Series, that's for sure. Phil Jones third at the par 5 fourth. Joe Hart in trouble here. That's all right.
He's definitely in a better position than his partner. And that's what you want, right? If you hit one offline, you want your partner to kind of pick up the slack. It's all about getting the win for the team. As much as they're playing as individuals today, these guys know how and what it means to be on a team, to kind of rely on their partner.
Hart and Jones with the early edge in that second match, 1-0 up currently. Brilliant start for Paul Ince and Robbie Fowler, 3-0 up over Ginola and Berger.
Arguably the hottest player on the golf course at the moment, Carlos Tevez. Second at the par 4 third.
I mean, look at this.
Well, straight to the DP World Tour for Carlos Tevez.
He's coming off the slopes in Colorado from skiing to Thailand and just hitting quality golf shots, making it from 30 feet.
Yeah, Lee Sharp's the scratch golfer in that 4-ball, but just trying to hang on to the coattails of Tevez so far. Gianfranco Zola. He's got his son Andrea on the bag for him this week, who's a very handy golfer himself.
Yeah, and he's working as an instructor now in London, and I was talking to him about his father's game. But it's just a really simple golf swing. Like, it's up, it's down, not a lot of moving parts. Doesn't really get the golf club massively out in front of him, doesn't get it massively stuck behind him, and he's just going to hit a lot of fairways and a lot of greens.
Just like that. Longest par 4 on the golf course for these icons, and a birdie opportunity for Zola. It just doesn't look like much can go wrong, and it doesn't look like he's going to get too flustered either.
Yeah, and I think he and Robbie Fowler are kind of the same player for the respective sides, right? Really, really steady, going to get a lot of golf balls in play. That's the thing in this type of format, right? You're just going to try and keep the golf ball in play, and I think sometimes when you do get it out of position, the issue is going to be, do you try that hero shot as opposed to saying, listen, let me just dump this thing front edge of the green. So course management, as much as technique, execution and technique are two different things, and hopefully these guys can try and execute on the golf course and just not worry so much about that technique.
Batistuta getting a little bit of help from Sergio Garcia, and we're to get a drop in here. I don't think they're going to use their call the captain in this position. Not really required with the penalty drop.
No.
They're going to be a feature on this hole. Remember, that is something we should watch out for. They can call the captain once in each session at any stage, but the captain must be on the hole that's where the player is there. And it can't be the tee shot. It can't be the tee shot. So hence Sergio at the ready, golf bag with him. When you need me, boys, just give me the call.
Yeah, don't forget his partner Zola is on the green, putting for birdie as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Sergio and Lee hitting one. Not going to be easy for them because they're going to be stiff, right? They haven't warmed up.
Well, they did. They went and hit some balls on the range, but they're hitting wedges on the range. I'm thinking, lads, I don't think they're going to give you a nice little wedge from some short grass. I have a feeling you're going to be in bushes. You're going to be all over the place, hitting the ones they don't want.
Well, the fans that are all over Terry and Walcott, I mean, how are you sleeping on Batistuta and Zola at the moment? They look like they're the stronger side here. So you see a good look at that kind of aim right with the feet, shoulder open setup. But a repeatable move for Batistuta. There's a camel.
207 goals in 333 games for Batistuta. Fiorentin's all-time greatest scorer. 207 goals.
Phenomenal, isn't it? You think about Robbie Fowler scoring 180 for Liverpool. Thought that was incredible, which it is.
Sergio is such a die-hard football fan. I mean, obviously an avid Real Madrid fan. When he won the Masters, he went out there at the Bernabeu as well, and he idolises these guys. So imagine having Figo play for him this week. You're like, you're on my team. Like, what a lovely treat for him too.
Oh, it's great. You know, they're great friends. Luis Figo lives in Madrid. It's just a really good partnership, and I think Figo is going to rise to the occasion. He wants to play well. I was watching him hit some balls on the range. He takes his golf seriously. So the sixth here, uphill. So it's all about club selection. Does he have the right club to get it anywhere on this putting surface? Easy to come up short here. Always want to take one more club in case you don't hit it solid. Ball a little bit on the upslope pick, and that's the other thing I think some of the players are going to struggle when the balls get on these uneven lies. It's easy for that body to slow down and then those hands take over.
This is a really important shot coming up here for John Terry. 2 points down, partner in trouble. Zola on the green putting for birdie. Find out how that turns out soon.
For a birdie at the third. I mean, what a start.
Carlos Tevez is human.
Here we go, let's have a look then. You teed it up, important shot.
Yeah, great tee shot too for John Terry, just a wedge in to the sixth hole, his second shot. Can he keep Team England in the battle here on the green? He's going to give Zola a line though. Not going the way Team England had hoped in that opening match.
Yeah. Josh is down there, Jermaine Jenis. An opportunity for a win here, Josh.
Absolutely. We've just seen him absolutely stiff one to about 10 feet, it looks like, from here, and Teddy, he looks confident. I'm excited about this, to be honest with you. I think we need it. We need a little bit of change in tempo. That's a great shot out of the bunker as well. I mean, fantastic.
This is Ahmed Altentop on the fourth, a par 5 par putt. Currently a point down to Team England. Not for much longer.
Very aggressive putting stroke there. That was a confident stroke.
It's a win to Team World there, so that match is all square through 4 holes. We'll go back to the first match. Theo Walcott. This is third shot at the par 4-6. Excuse me, fourth shot at the par 4-6. Don't forget John Terry is on the green putting for a birdie. Walcott Getting a stroke there at the 6th hole, being the most difficult hole on the course here, but not taking advantage.
Nick, what would your strategy be here? You know, obviously as a professional footballer, what do you feel like you would just be trying to hit fairways and greens, or would you try and be a little bit aggressive when you need it to be?
You know what? Oh, what a shot that is. I mean, he had a little bit of help of a touch of upslope, but goodness me, take everything else away. That's a deep bunker. What a shot from Batistuta. You know what? The thing is, growing up, you see 4-ball, you think, well, you put it in play, I'll go for it. But you speak to the greats of the Ryder Cup, that is not how they play 4-ball successfully. It's about putting 2 balls in play, because 2 against 1 will always usually pile on the pressure. And that's how you end up winning points. That's what works in Ryder Cups and goes against what we were taught as kids. So actually, try and put it in play off the tee. If you're first up, put it in play so that your playing partner doesn't have all that pressure heaped on him.
And one of the mantras in match play is don't give any holes away. Don't make your opponent beat you. Now, in Ryder Cups, that's going to be don't give pars away. But in this type of format with these type of players, Nick, bogey sometimes is a really good score. So rather than say, okay, I need to make a munch, I think the players that are going to play well today are going to be the players that say, listen, if I can make some bogeys, that's going to be as important as birdies.
Team England's home hole, the par 3 5th. Phil Jones, this match all square with Team World.
Just doing a little work with Phil on the range early in the week, trying to have him feel like his legs don't move around so much. That left knee can kind of dive in there.
Oh, good shot on the green. First one we've actually seen on the green here at the 5th.
You know what, these are athletes that they know the function of their body, the importance of being able to control balance and weight. You see very few of them with a poor posture, do you? They stand to it beautifully.
You know, and I was unprepared for how big a guy Phil Jones is. I mean, he is a large unit. I wouldn't want to try and get football off of him. Certainly wouldn't want him to tackle me.
And these guys, so many of them still in terrific shape, so athletic. John Terry birdie putt at 6. Zola the read there.
Still waiting for it to really catch fire for Team England in that top match. He has more than capability though. John, when he's in full flow, can string together a few birdies. Lee Westwood there watching on. Perhaps wondering if he's going to be called in as the captain to hit a shot, get his boys off and running in the top game. Here's a look at how the layout is here. Remember, it's 10-hole matches, and this is the routing for them, Ewan.
Yeah, and I like these holes. There's a good variation in them, good par 3s. There's some dogleg rights, dogleg lefts. There's plenty of water and bunkering out there for the Crocs and the Camels, and that's the Team England home hole, the par 3 5th. A great hole it is too. That green sort of sits elongated at you from left to right. Phil Jones just hitting it on the green there.
And they're moving across to the 8th hole, which is the home hole for Team World. So again, if England win that one, 2 points up for grabs there. So we could have swings in play, certainly towards the end of the matches. You think about someone like John Terry with Theo Walcott, they could turn that on its head with just one great shot.
Yeah, the 8th playing 166 yards today over water. So good mix of par 3s here at Robbinswood.
Well, this 6th hole, as I mentioned, the longest par 4 on the golf course for these players. Team World already 2 points up. This Zola for a birdie to go 3 points up. That's going to be a safe par. Terry saying, give me this putt, please. I don't think so.
You're definitely going to make them putt it, right?
Oh, 4 feet?
I don't think you're going to see a lot of guys giving putts out here. Too competitive.
No. I think our camera from the other angle foreshortened this putt a little bit. This is a knee knocker, this one.
Missed opportunity.
Can we get
John Terry there?
Can we get a poll now, a viewer's poll for what they think this match is going to be doing? 86% Team England.
Well, do get in touch with us. Let us know who you think is going to win. Remember, through our social media handle at Icon Series to win the hole for Zola.
If this goes in, I think those odds on who's going to win this match are going to be changing with the viewers.
It can change quick, though. There's the opportunity. Remember, they have the 8th hole coming up. It feels like it's almost getting to the point. It all adds up. So how much you lose by is also important. So they don't want to make that gap grow. They got to shrink it if they can. And they will have that away hole coming up for England on the 8th shortly to Jimmy Bullard here. Second shot now into the third. Beautiful tee shot.
It's a big tee shot too, Nick. 395 yards. He's just got a sand wedge in for his second shot here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Right over it, spinning it back.
Like he knew what he was doing there. That was a good one. Love that.
Jimmy always knows what he's doing. He just lures you into a false sense of security. So here's the situation, very much in control for the world in the top match, but otherwise it's red on the board in 3 and 5. Beautiful conditions. It is fairly toasty out there, to be fair, for these players. And that's going to get tougher. In fact, in the afternoon, it'll be interesting. We get to the second session, see maybe a couple of the older boys, not in peak condition when they're in their primes, but a couple of the older gents now, they might start to run out a bit of steam, do you think, Ewan?
Well, and the other thing is, in this type of heat, how many of these players are used to walking this many holes? I mean, a lot of times when you're playing golf in this part of the world, you're in a cart, you're riding around. So I think, longevity and staying hydrated, but we're going to see whose backs hold up. There were a lot of players after yesterday said they were going in to get some work done on their backs and stuff. So it's going to be interesting as these afternoon matches progress.
Fowler has been class so far. Yes, absolutely has indeed. Brilliant start. A couple of birdies for him on his own ball through those first 3 holes. And England up 3-0 in that match. Do get in touch. Let us know what you think. Tevez is good on the green as he is on the pitch. Class as well. Absolutely. Hard to disagree with that.
Yeah, both Tevez and Fowler showing a clean pair of heels to the opposition at the moment. Some terrific golf out there. And just alluding to the point you made, Claude, it's very hard for these players to really peak throughout the week because there's so many obligations on them from the moment they arrive. Not only jet lag, but all the media fulfillments they've got to do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And the other thing, Nick, these are handicapped golfers. Yes, there are some scratch golfers. But one of the things in match play is, Nick, you've played it before, it's getting into that rhythm and finding that rhythm. So
to England's home hole.
Coming down the hill a little bit here for Phil Jones. Oh, this looks like terrific speed. What a beautiful putt. Chatting to Phil yesterday, he is thrilled to be out of the Manchester weather.
Alton top there, just sliding on by. He's going to clean up. He's obviously partnering Nemanja Vidic, Man United icon. A mentor to Phil Jones. His opposite number today. Sat alongside each other in the dressing room back in the day. Showed him the ropes at Old Trafford. What a shot it was from Jimmy Bullard. Just a flick into the green with a wedge for the second. Set up this birdie putt.
Started off a bit low. Everyone's a bit nutty.
You beauty.
He's got the early walk.
A great start, I think, 2 up.
2 zip up.
2 up.
Team England on the charge.
Two-0 up in that 5th game. Just the start. Jimmy Bullard would have been hoping to be able to deliver. do find as well, it's a challenge for these players. Fairways are quite generous, but down the left and right of most of them is penalty area. Don't want to get off the beaten track.
Well, there's plenty of room off the tee, believe it or not, even though not all these players are finding the fairway.
No, but the rough here, like we've said, it's not too bad. The ball sits up on top of it. So Luis Figo here. Second shot at the par 4 third. Good lie.
Off a downslope, going to come in hot.
That's exactly what it's done, Rado.
Yeah, he strikes me that he would be quite a clever, calculated golfer. He'll plot his way around this golf course with precision.
So the third hole here at Robbinswood. Plenty of room off the tee. Just under 400 yards. Pin today on the front portion of this green.
And laying down the hammer there, the English there with those two tee shots. 286 for Paul Scholes, 270 for Teddy Sheringham. Just giving them little wedges into this target. Bit more beef to Hullett's approach.
Yeah, perhaps just playing the angles though. Flag on the left, ball on the right. Knows what he's doing.
Hullett's feet. Hullett's feet. Fred Astaire.
Mentioned earlier, Nick, that's Thongjai JD's son, Champion, on the bag. And with a name like Champion, you better be good. But he's part of our junior program here. A really good player, really wants to try and improve his game. And it's been fun to watch his progress. Got Teddy giving it the tour player move there, huh? Wants the cameraman to move.
He doesn't want it behind him.
Okay, so Nick, if you tell the cameraman to move, you better hit a good shot.
Well, what do you think, Wayne? Is he going to hit a good one?
Yeah. Well, this guy, they talk about Jimmy Bullard being a good player. This guy's a competent player, let me tell you. He is serious and he can play the game. His angles are really good. Everything about it. Just a wedge, a little bit of help in the air. Flag over there on the left-hand side. This move's, you know, really good. You wouldn't like to play this guy for a few quid. He's neat. Plugs it up the face.
Yeah, good line.
It didn't plug.
Looked like he was a little bit in between clubs there. Looked like he was trying to hit a little bit of a three-quarter one. Just came up a little bit short.
Exactly. He played that well. He got it out of the middle of the bat. Just distance was all out.
This was a great tee shot from Scholes, he radar.
Yeah, he semi-topped it. Paul off the last tee, but he made amends right here. Good player. Very good player. I think he plays off around 3, he was telling me the other night. He had a good chat. Great chat, actually. Gee whiz, he could play football, this lad. What did Ferguson say? If he could have 11 Paul Scholeses, he would have done better.
Even 2 of them would have been a bit special. Over
Yeah,
the top
not
of
many,
the flag.
Benny.
Yeah, over the top of the flag. Very tidy indeed. And there you go. Who do the audience think is going to win that match at the moment? 2/3 if you're saying Scholes and Sheringham.
I asked Westy and Sergio in the clinic yesterday who they thought they would get points from. I think Westy's going to get some points from Paul Scholes. I think he's going to be really, really solid. He's got a really solid game. He's got a lot of quiet confidence, and he's a fighter. And now, Joe Hart with a putt. Here we go, Joe Hart. Fist pump.
An important putt there too on Team England's home hole. Don't want to be giving away points there, but they've taken the lead again.
Back to our top match. Gianfranco Zola. When he lacks in the power of his opposition, he makes up for with his precision. Precision is how you would describe him as a footballer.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like there a lot can go wrong with that golf swing. Comes up a little bit short. It's got to be killing David Ginola being 3-0 down here.
Well, he was also, he was particularly confident of his ability and his side's ability in this matchup. So he'll be hoping he can fight back. Currently 3-0 down to Inson Fowler. But a different story in the top match where the world are 3-0 up on Terry and Walcott. A lot of that work being done by this man, Batistuta.
You can see he's trying to get that downswing to go a little bit on the inside, but definitely comes over the top of it.
That's a tough shot, Claude. Ball above your feet to a right flag. Oh, and he's flown the green.
Yeah, that jumped on him quite a lot there. That was good quality of strike. But he'll take that. You'd much rather hit one over the green, hit it out of the middle of the club face, than hit one off the toe and come up short.
Walcott's got a good angle from the left rough.
Oh, that's a quality golf shot right there. 20 feet, pin high.
Good time to win a hole, especially with the world's home hole coming up, where if England could find a victory there, they could easily wipe this out. Win here, win at the next, it's 3-3. That's all ahead. Back to the fourth.
David Ginola, uphill, left to right, birdie putt. They need one. They need a point on the board, and they've got it.
A little bit of intensity to the face there. The thing is as well, they love to win, but they really, really, really don't like to lose. It's hard to say which one drives them more.
Well, I think, Nick, like all great athletes, you hate to lose more than you like to win, and that's what separates the good from the great. That just willingness to do whatever it takes to get those wins.
England with the upper hand there, both balls on the green. Neither of Team World on the dance floor, so perhaps they can start to eat into the 3-0 deficit that they find themselves in. Back to Wayne
Teddy's going to go
Riley's
first.
group here.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, it's he's going to have a go first. Scholes is closer, but he's just going to have a little go to get his 4. The rest of the world is in the world in this Icons Championship is they're in a spot of bother. They really are. They're not feeling it, and these two are. These English, well, they've come ready to play.
Ooh,
what about Teddy looking at the whole Spieth style?
Didn't work on that occasion.
Doesn't need to. Scholes is in good shape.
He might have liked a touch more pace on that one, Paul Scholes, to get a touch more of a read on it. Teddy leaving it a little shy. Oh, Teddy.
Didn't want to see that either.
No, yeah, no. Hopefully Paul had his eyes closed.
Go away, Teddy, go away.
Well, he'll lean on his teammate. Here's the chance for Paul Scholes, Wayne.
Downgrade.
Not going to move that much, is it? Should be a steady 4.
But 2 examples there, Nick, where they were in love with the line and just got the speed wrong. If you're going to make putts on these greens, you've got to get the golf ball to the hole.
He just stuck that one in the side door as well.
And I know that sounds really, really simple. Yeah, obviously, if you want to make it, you've got to get the ball to the hole. But we're seeing more putts come up short from these players than we are seeing them run it past. And that's the kind of difficulty if you're not used to putting on fast putting surfaces like this with some undulation.
I spoke of Figo on the first green. I felt as though he was probably a good putter, just with his method.
Yeah, good roll. Right in the middle. That wasn't a gimme either. Gets the half out of it. Still a point down to Team England.
He's playing like a tour player so far. Tevez in the flow. And it's another one. Straight down the banner.
And the way he's putted, you got to think he's going to give that a really good look. His speed has been fantastic, Ewan, so far. I think out of all the putters we've seen so far, he seems to be the one that has the measure of these greens.
Well, there's a 1 hour break between sessions. Carlos Tevez is going to enter Q School at the end of the year when he gets in there. This is the par 5 fourth on the hole that he's on right now. Those fairway bunkers really shouldn't be in play for most of the players. They'll put it down there about 280, 300 from the tee. Not too many reaching this green into. Just got to avoid those bunkers there on the right-hand side with the layup. And then the green's slightly elevated, the flag in the back left portion today.
And that's where this green here at the fourth is about 14 paces wide. A little bit of a false front there, so the players will be trying to get the golf ball back to this flag. The difficulty is if you try and do that, you hit it over the green, then you don't have a lot of green to work with. So Carlos Tevez, who started his footballing career with the Argentinian powerhouse Boca Juniors. His putter has those famous colors, the blue and yellow, so much a part of his DNA.
Sharp, he was doing the Sharpie shuffle on the opening hole. It could be another one here if he can pour in this long birdie putt. Hands together, little Matt Wallace style putting.
Oh, a little pacey off the blade. User error there. He annoyed himself for that one. Comfort of Fourball is taken away from him for the afternoon session. We'll be obviously there to tell you that story. It's what is commonly known in the world of golf as greensomes, where both players will still tee off as they have done this morning, but then they'll pick the best shot or the one they want, and then they'll play alternate shots from there. So if you have player A's tee shot picked, player B will hit the second, player A the third, so on and so forth till the hole's completed. Puts more pressure on though.
It does.
Because you're accountable and there's one ball in play.
And there's a lot of strategy involved in that format as well. Tevez, another birdie putt. That's what we've become accustomed to saying for the last few holes. Rolling them in from everywhere early on. Can he do it again here at 4? Will they be generous and give that to him? I don't think so.
They didn't get to be that good by being generous. Head to that 5th, and the England home hole. Boards all around, you know that, but he's just popped one in.
Come on, get in.
Oh.
Hates it.
Oh! He's got the Hideki Matsuyama follow through. Doesn't like it, looks like it's missing the green. He hits it 15 feet. He's got the Hideki.
It's an important hole for Team World there. 3 points down, but double points on offer. Par putt for Lee Sharp. That's an important one too at the 4th.
Oh, the world's dominant in that top match at the moment, but look at that. There's red all the way down the side of the board, other than that middle game there with Sharp and Jagielka at the moment against Tevez and Forlan.
Do you remember Tevez's golf swing celebration there at the Etihad, and then they broke it down on Sky Sports Golf not long after it? Well done. Rock solid.
They're having a good time out there. Why wouldn't you?
Now, Gianfranco Zola for the win here at the 7th. Should break a little bit from his left to right. Right in the heart.
I actually think that was for a par, Claude. He hit his second shot short of the green.
That's
so
right,
he's
he did.
chipped up to there. So that, well, unless Team England 3-putted, I would think that is a half that we'll find out fairly soon.
Back to Joe Hart, the 6th. You know what? He's done pretty well. There are strokes involved here. That is a 4-net 3. Joe is the highest handicap here. There's not a lot of shots because they're pretty close together, so it'll be pretty much as we are in gross terms, but there's a few shots out there. Joe gets one. It's a win of a hole, but more importantly for him, he's looked quite comfortable out there for a man who could have been uncomfortable in this environment.
Yeah, I think the first hole, Nick, was really important for Joe. Kind of eased his way into it, didn't do anything really crazy, and that's just going to give him a lot of confidence.
Only 2 strokes is the most in any of these matches. Lee Sharp, for instance, who's a scratch golfer in that 4th match, 2 shots given to Tevez, 2 shots given to Forlan, 2 shots given to his own playing partner in Phil Jagielka. And strokes 1 and 2, those holes that will come at holes 6 and 7 respectively. So right in the middle of this golf course, that's where we could see some opportunities with those shots in play.
Yeah, Nick, right now, Carlos Tevez doesn't look like he needs any shots the way he's been putting. I've been surprised, Nick. I mean, obviously you don't know what you're going to get with these players. Listen, they're not professional golfers, but the quality of some of the shots has been really, really good. We've seen some really good iron shots, seen some players spinning it. We've been seeing some players make some putts, so...
Yeah, just confirmation in that top match. It was in the end a par 4 for Gianfranco Zola, so a good save in the end that got the half on the hole, so they stay 3-0 up in that top game. A little bit of an edge here to England. As we see the mosey up there, just Josh, a perfect start for Jimmy Bullard and Jermaine Janis, just what they were looking for.
Yeah, they are super. Let me tell you that right now. Jimmy said 2 zip up. He's looking, heading towards the next hole after the 4th, obviously, which is England's home hole. They're very, very excited. I've just seen him hit a drive. Honestly, it could have been on a rope. It was an absolute laser. Him and Jermaine are partnering up very, very nicely. 2 of the strongest players in the England group, and they know it, and they're playing like it, let me tell you.
Well, the thing as well, Josh, is that they can show a bit of influence on these guys. They are a strong partnership, arguably the strongest put together that England have got this morning. So they can put a lot of pressure with the quality they can deliver on this opposition.
Absolutely, and I think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to get at them early, you know, try and keep it at lights out. And we've just seen a ball. I think De Boer Ronald, he's just flown the green a little bit. He's got probably 12 feet in. Jimmy just sided the green. He's looking confident. I think him and Jermaine are kind of dovetailing a little bit there. But you could have thrown a rope over their drives, thrown a little blanket over their drives, and I think the same things with their approach shots as well. So we're just watching Jermaine now. He's looking to chip on. He's been playing well. Jimmy's very happy with him as a partner. So Lee's done very, very well. It's a beautiful shot. Oh, it's just pitch close, but it's checked back. It's beautiful. Look at Jimmy dancing on the green. He's a very, very happy man.
Josh, you played this course in the Am. As good a quality golf course in condition that you've ever seen?
Let me tell you, I've managed in my short career in golf to play some nice courses, and this is by far and away the best looked after course. I mean, you could putt on these fairways. It's beautiful. Not as forgiving for me as it is for these pros, but yeah, it's a fantastic course and a lovely place to play golf, and Jimmy's showing that now. What a shot.
That's a pretty good shot from there. He had to go over the bunker. Not a lot of green to work with, able to put some spin on it.
Home ground advantage on this one. How do you feel about it?
Yes, got to defend the fort, aren't we? 2 points of a grabs to them, I believe, isn't it? So, tough hole. I'll take a half right now, if I'm being honest. But my partner wants to win it, so let's just see how we go on.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the job, isn't it, on your home hole is to get through it. Don't lose it, effectively. Great if you can nick it and win it, but you don't want to give 2 points away. And they can get through that 5th hole, then on the 8th they get their chance to maybe steal 2 points.
Absolutely. We're seeing some wind just start to pick up a little. It was really, really calm when these players started at the beginning of these matches first thing in the morning, so the wind's going to pick up a little bit.
Jimmy Bullard, golf is such a huge part of his life now. Obviously, football was it, but now obviously with his YouTube channel as well. forever on the course, taking on great golfers, but also great footballers. De Boer there, pretty lovely touch, but they are up against it in this match. They are massively up against it. They have shots coming. They have 2 each, De Jong and De Boer, and they will come on 6 and 7, so they will get their chance.
Go for it, Jim.
Go on, mate.
4 handicapper, Jermaine Jonas. As I say, a really tidy partnership so far is doing the business. What do you think, Josh? Popping this one in, De Jong?
Yeah. Jermaine Jenners from right to left. This should break a little bit back to his left. Birdie putt. Let's see how aggressive he's going to try and be here.
Oh, what a good roll. Played alongside Rory McIlroy in the BMW PGA Pro-Am at Wentworth a couple of years ago. Doesn't get more pressure-packed than that.
Well, also the crowd you take with you, right? Anytime Rory tees it up, there's a lot of people watching, so he'd have had to deal with that level of discomfort.
I mean, we got Jimmy Bullard. I mean, he's got the aim point going. I mean, he's so desperate to be a professional golfer. I don't know about the visor, though, Nick. You a fan of the visor?
Well, I used to love a visor. I was more the spiky hair, more the long, luscious
you
locks.
Had a little. I remember those frosted tips you used to have up there.
That's it. They were in, apparently, once upon a time.
Oh, yeah.
They are now.
Boy,
Jimmy.
You've got that hair, you want to show it off, right? So it's either visor or no hat.
Well, you sometimes don't get to keep it forever, do you? That's the problem. Missed opportunity for Jimmy there. Shame, because he played the hole beautifully. But still, I'll be more than satisfied with their current position. 3-0 up in match 5.
But if I'm Captain Lee Westwood of the England team, I think
Jimmy, come over
Jimmy
here.
and Jermaine Jenners
Well,
might be a team you want to
listen,
keep together.
The putt didn't drop. The putt didn't drop for you, unfortunately, but it's still going well. Still confident. I spoke to you a little earlier. It was 2-zip. Home hole coming. Must be confident. That's, you know, I mean, we can't lose those 2 points, can we?
I need you, don't I? No, look, we're playing all right. They're a tidy little outfit as well. Do you get what I mean? We're sort of like eyeing each other up. Started okay. I think we're 2 up. I've had a good birdie chance there, Josh.
I know, I thought
it.
you had more than that.
Do you know what I mean? But it is different playing like under this sort of pressure. It's totally different to just teeing it up with your mates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you've got, 100 fans walking down the fairway. We had 500 on the tee box. It doesn't bother you, Jimmy. You're the man. You love a crowd.
I do love it, but it's different. It does affect my golf swing without a shadow of a doubt, but this is what it's about, right? See whether you've got the minerals, and we're doing all right there.
Well, Jimmy, good luck on the home hole. Look forward to seeing it, brother. Pleasure.
You're doing better than you think as well, Jimmy. 3-0 up in that match. So focused in on what he's doing and absolutely doing the business, as we sort of expected with that strong English duo. It's England with the advantage at the moment, but the world trying to set the tone in that top game.
A lot of red on that board early on, Nick, but given the fluctuation I think we'll see over the next few sessions and the various shots of the day and nearest the pins and the home holes, the double points and the finishing holes, I mean, you got to think, or one has to think coming into the singles tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be pretty close.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? I mean, there's a lot of things to stay across, so we're going to keep you up to speed with what's going on, but it's chaos, but it's controlled chaos, and it all adds to the flavour and the excitement of what's going on. This is different. These aren't what we're used to watching in the world of golf, but they are elite-level athletes, and they are fully engaged with this opportunity to go toe-to-toe.
This is an important hole here for Team England as well, because it's the Team World's home hole. If Team England can somehow snatch a win on this hole, it'll be double points. And I think the important thing to remember too is in these final 3 holes, you've got double points here on offer for England as an away hole. The final hole is double points. So Team England can mathematically win 5 points in the 3 holes versus Team World can only win 4.
You'd have made a great psychologist, you. That's some good stuff right there.
Certainly not for myself.
But Nick, you've covered so many Ryder Cups. There are these ebbs and flows of momentum, and the world team will be hoping to try and maybe turn a couple holes, maybe get a chip in, maybe make a long putt, something that kind of gives them a spark to kind of turn that momentum. Right now, a lot of red on the board, but it can switch so quickly in match play, and that's what everybody loves about it.
The 8th hole, par 3, 158 yards. Radar, this is Team World's home hole. Can they take advantage of it?
Well, you want to hope so. You know, all of a sudden you make amends and you get in there and you make yourself a birdie. You get all sorts of points on offer. So it's a great opportunity, and always comes at a great time later in the round. They'll have that in the back of the mind. They can turn something right on its head.
And on that note, it's actually a fantastic opportunity for Team England, because if they win this hole, double points, they win 2 points. They win the 9th hole, that's 1 point. They win the final hole, that's double points. They can earn 5 points in the last 3 holes, whereas Team World can only win 4.
Happy days.
Well, that's certainly what Team England were hoping for in that top game, where they're trying to make up some ground. That's where we are right now. Not to be for Zola. We'll get back there shortly. Paul Ince, an opportunity to extend the lead.
Carrying a little bit of a back injury, so if he can get one here, that's a bonus. Right in the heart, Paul Ince. 4 up.
It's domination in that match, isn't it?
And not a lot in it between these guys, all playing off the same sort of level, so no shots between any of these 4 players, but it is absolutely a standout performance so far. Paul Ince with his moment there, but many of the great ones have belonged to Robbie Fowler. Back to that home hole for Team World. And he has been very strong throughout this top match, Batistuta. Dovetailed nicely, these two.
Well, I think it helps when you have a partner, Nick, that in Gianfranco Zola, that you know is going to hit a lot of fairways, he's going to hit a lot of greens, and he's going to give you a lot of chances for pars.
I think it helps Gianfranco Zola as well, with Batistuta getting off to such a great start with the birdie at 1. Just ease a few of the nerves. Now here's a very, very difficult putt coming up for Luis Figo here, Radar at the 4th.
Yeah, it's uphill. He's got to be 60, 65 feet of it into the green, so really slow. And it'd surprise me if he gets it up to it.
Has he got enough club here?
Whack. Yeah, he's got enough club, but as I said, he's a good putter, but can he get it to the hole? You knock a 5 by, it's going to leave one down green, downhill. Something needs to happen for this lot. Rude Hullet is having more hits than the Spice Girls up this hole.
That is a brilliant lag. Under pressure too, that golf bag falling.
Nick, you know the caddy mantra, a bag on the ground never falls down, right?
Oh boy, you were being some serious bother off the professional caddies if he had that one. They do not fall for that one, but we'll forgive them. We'll forgive them. It's not their normal job for a lot of these guys here this week. Now, Paul Scholes from the fringe, Wayne.
Gently out of his left. He had a bunker shot of 78, one of the toughest bunker shots in golf. Played it very well to get it to 45 feet, just trying to dial it up there.
Yeah, that's 2 good lag putts. Bit of breeze blowing out there. Is it helping, Radar, or is it still boiling?
there's just enough of it, Ewan. It isn't hard out here at all. It's there's probably a club of it, but up here in Asia, I always noticed when I played here, you know, when the wind gets up, the ball sails through the wind up here. It's a little like America. I always found the ball goes through the air a little further through the air in America than it does in the UK. It's a thicker air in the UK. Maybe I'm mental, but definitely mental, probably. But
you know, definitely. 100%.
That's the way I felt.
That's the most factual thing we've said all day, I think. But the all fives there, Wayne. So nothing exchanged. The 1 point gap in that bottom game, courtesy of the win in 4 on the second for Teddy Sheringham.
If Gianfranco Zola is the magician, Carlos Tevez has been a magician with this club so far today. This is a par putt, though, at the 5th. An important one. It's Team England's home hole. And the next.
On that home hole for the world, in the end, it was a par 3 for Batistuta, so they are 4-0 up on that top match, and you would never have seen that coming. Batistuta and Zola taking it to Terry and Walcott.
No, not at all. So you've got the middle match, Nick, and that last match. That's where the world teams, those are the ones that are close right now. You don't want to try and get those leads too big. I think once you start to get in match play, once that lead starts to get to that 3 or 4, it gets tough to claw some strokes back.
All right, let's take a little look at that 5th hole, the home hole for Team England.
So Diego Forlan coming up way short there, not judging the speed. As I said earlier, Lee Sharp now lives in Thailand, so these type of greens, these type of conditions, he'll be used to this.
Well, that's your opinion on that one. Nothing in it, and that's understandable. That's how it stands right now as well, with nothing in it. Lee Sharp.
I think the other thing to point out too is that's a slow putt up the hill for Lee Sharp. It was on die too, wasn't it? As opposed to a Ryder Cup or a President's Cup, it's not just how many red on the board or how much green on the board, it's the differential. A little like the Premier League or the Championship or following any league around the world. You know, you might win 4 matches, but if it's only by a point and you lose the other one by 4, it's actually theoretically all square. So important not to give away too many points.
Also to sprint through the finish line, you know, because as much as a match might be lost for Terry and Walcott, they're not going to be able to claw back that now in that top game. They can narrow the gap. They can narrow what they're going to give in terms of points to that world side at the end of their fixture. And all those other matches behind it, it could come down to a single point come the end of tomorrow. So every hole, every shot matters.
We just saw Phil Jagielka miss his par putt. My birthday is July 4. Phil Jagielka signed for Everton, July 4, 2007. He signed for Sheffield United, July 4, 2019. So a little bit of synergy there. We're both 42 years old. And he's a good bloke. That makes one of us.
Garcia. Watching on.
He's rock solid with that club in hand, isn't he, Carlos Tevez?
Yeah, he has been one of the standout performers in this morning session. A little quicker, these greens as well, than what they'd be used to. You know, these guys have those privileges as well because of who they are and what they've done. They probably get invited to play some pretty special golf courses, but these will be pacier than what they're used to.
Yeah, and especially right now, a lot of the players that I talk to are trying to play golf in the UK. The greens are slow. They're trying to play golf in Europe. The greens are, you know, they're not fast. It's wet. Oh, just slides by.
Standing on this tee yesterday, Claude, at the 5th, and one of the little idiosyncratic features of it is the tee actually points you left of the green. So it's very hard visually to get your alignment right on this hole. It feels like you're not aiming where you should be, but there's quite a steep false front there. Trails off a little bit to the right towards that bunker as well. We're not going to see too many balls on the green off the tee.
No, and I think this is just aim it in the middle of the green. Anywhere trying to putt, you start to miss greens, especially on par 3s. That's where you're going to struggle. Left of the screen, short right, you are going to be hitting very much below the pin.
Just be a 6 or 7 iron for Bullet, heading a little left. That's good. Might be on the fringe, but that's fine.
Well, he's a popular player, and Incy's out there, and some of those Bullard fans are having a little chat with her.
Hey, which one's the real Jimmy? No! Apparently you're all teachers, no? No wonder you got your masks on. Where are you boys from?
I'm from Brighton.
Nah, come on, we want to see your real faces.
I'm from Brighton. I'm from Brighton.
From Brighton?
From Birmingham.
Manchester.
London.
I'm assuming Hull City's fans here?
No, none of us. Not a single one of us.
How's his golf, by the way? Have you seen Bullard bend it like Bullard at all out there?
Best out there, best out there, best out there. A1 position, mint.
Nice. Golfers yourself?
Try to be. But everyone's a golfer, I'm a terrible one.
I mean, Jimmy Bullard, he's a pretty good golfer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got it.
You're clearly hiding something because you kept your mask on.
Good from afar, but far from good.
Anyway, have loads of fun today. Let's hear it from Bullard.
The mask not removed for the lad second in from the left. Clearly was supposed to be at work, instead is here at the golf, having a good old time.
Now at the 5th, the England home hole, Jermaine Jenners.
Great rotation through the ball there.
Oh,
and it's a brilliant shot.
What a good shot that is. That's one of the best we've seen.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move through the ball, wasn't it? Let's head up to the par 4 7th. Let's have it out top, up the hill. That was a par putt. Loving Team World's outfits today, I've got to be honest. Very dapper.
Now back over to the 5th. Nigel de Jong. See what he can do if he can follow Jermaine Jenners, who's in there nice and close. Can he hit the green, give himself a chance at birdie? And that's the difficulty you're in here when you miss the 5th. You're either in the bunker or you're down low in one of these collection areas.
And it's another camel to Team World, a point you don't want. Don't want a camel, don't want a croc. Nigel de Jong actually telling me last night he just doesn't get the chance to play that much golf anymore, but he's already hit a couple of brilliant shots today. Second to last match, making their way up to the 5th green. And there's plenty of highlights out here already, starting with that bunker shot that I was alluding to, Nigel de Jong at the 2nd.
Good contact. Just on the front edge, kills a little bit of the spin, one bounce. Really a solid shot out of the bunker at the 2nd.
Let's go.
And that's as good as any tour player in the world, isn't it? Now Hamid out top, this at the 4th to win the hole. Par putt, 8 feet, straight in the middle. Team World with a point there.
And then at the 6th, John Terry. Just slides by.
That opening match, Terry and Walcott, the favourites, just getting dominated by Team World. The pairing of Batistuta and Gianfranco Zola poured that one in at the 6th for a win.
And then at the fourth, David Ginola, little par putt.
Yeah!
He and his partner definitely needed that. Need to try and get a spark going, try and shift some of that momentum.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, Gianfranco Zola has been rock solid. That was for a win at the 7th. Currently 4 points up on the pairing of Terry and Walcott. The first match out today. Really is just a spectacular facility here at Reignwood Park. This is how things stand at the moment. Claude, as I mentioned, that first match out being dominated by Team World. It's the opposite story with Ince and Fowler, and everything else relatively close. Very privileged to be here in Thailand. There's been some wonderful functions that players and dignitaries have had to attend this week. Looking right down there at the Chinese Palace, that was the scene last night of the barbecue. The captain's barbecue. Speaking of captain, there is Team World captain Sergio Garcia down there in the bottom of your picture. Neither Garcia or Westwood having been called up for the captain's shot yet.
Not yet. I mean, I think you've got to pick and choose that one. I think you've got to pick and choose when you do that. Now, Jimmy Bullard here. This is going to break a lot from his left back to his right. It's down the slope. So it's all about judging the speed here. Not one you can really be aggressive. He's going to look at trying to get it right to where the caddy there is pointing and then see if he can feed this to the hole. So this is quick down the hill. Just looking to two-putt here. Now it's going to take the break. It's a good touch. Nice speed there. Good distance control there from Jimmy Bullard.
He did say he was confident and he's not allowing Team World to take 2 points off him, and he proved it with that putt.
Got a nice lead at the moment, Josh. 3 points ahead of Team World.
And it might be more. And it might be more.
Long putt from the back of the green.
It's a fantastic putt, though, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. I mean, JJ put himself in a prime position here.
Well, this was the big press conference that took place a couple of days ago at the KIS here at Reignwood Park. Team England, Team World,
and it was just
the captains.
What a beautiful auditorium they've got over there at that school. And it was a really cool venue to see all the teams there, to see the captains.
Founder of Icons, Thomas Brooks, CEO of Reignwood Group, as well as JJ Jermaine Janis missing the birdie putt at the 5th.
Well, he would have loved to have converted that off a beautiful, beautiful iron shot. But now the pressure is on Team World. Try and make this.
Team World's home hole. The par 3 8th. This is Ahmed Altentop. They're currently a point down. Par putt. That is a big putt. He's holed a couple of good ones so far. Nemanja Vidic there, the high five. So that now is 3 points apiece heading to the 9th hole.
And is that the spark that the world team needs to kind of get some momentum going? If they could get something out of those first 2 matches. Now Patrick Berger down the hill here at the 6th. Should break from his right to left as he judged it. Just loses speed. Had the right line. Just lost it a little bit.
It's still a point on the board.
They'll take it.
Yes, they are. They most certainly are. Isn't that just a brilliant clubhouse? And I tell you what, as someone who's developed a bit of a green thumb at home, Claude, it's garden inspiration central here, isn't it? Immaculate.
That's the short game area there. The academy building where I have my academy. So proud to be associated with this great club, this great development.
Lee Sharp, longest par 4 on the golf course. This is approach, number 6. What a golf shot. That is shot of the day.
That is
so
shot
far.
of the day right there. Lee Sharp with a little bit of magic.
Sorry, Nigel de Jong, your bunker shot on 2 was fantastic. This one from Lee Sharp has taken the cake. Most viewers vote for shot of the day. Not us, but for me, that's the best so far.
Absolutely. And one of the things we talked to Lee about, he was asking some questions about his golf swing. He takes the golf club a little bit on the inside, but I told him just as long as that chest keeps moving, you keep turning, you can hit some really good shots. Now the last group here on the golf course. Scholes and Sheringham here at the England home hole.
A little bit of help in the air here, so it's only a 7-iron for Teddy. Flag over there, frontish left, very friendly. Down slightly out of the right. Good opportunity to get in there within 25 feet. Pulled it straight off the bat.
It was interesting. He teed the ball up very high there for a short iron, and that's a camel.
Radar, that seems like a popular area here on the 5th, that left bunker.
Yeah, just a little pull there. Paul Scholes doesn't really have that shot. He's more of it. He works it the other way. Just a soft fade. Just aiming to the right. The wind's turned a little out of his right. So it's more out of the right now than down. Such a neat swinger.
Good shot.
Certainly is. They like it, Radar. Oh, as well they might. That's a terrific shot.
Comes off there as well. Do you like that?
Almost 1,500 Premier League appearances between Scholes and Sheringham. 443 goals. Very impressive.
Luis Figo, a member of La Moraleca there in Madrid. I've played a few championships there, Spanish Opens, and a very, very good golf course. 4 of them, in fact. Okay, what can he do? Can he get it inside? Paul Scholes' ball, I very much doubt it. Hope I'm wrong.
Ooh, where is that? That looks like hazard. Captain Garcia down there on the ball. That could be a crock, perhaps.
Now the pressure on Ruud Gullit here. Can he find the putting surface? Anywhere on the putting surface here. Doesn't need to go flag hunting with his partner out of position.
Claude, speak us through the feet.
Ooh. Well, I'd much rather see that little step forward. He's doing that to try and make sure that he hits the golf ball solid, because a lot of players that we've seen have been having that weight go back. So that's kind of a little bit of a trigger for him to kind of lead with that front foot.
A little bit to the left.
Get a good look at Figo's footwork here. A little bit on the toes there. And that's going to get that club face a little bit on the active side. So it might look even a little bit strange with that little front foot forward, but that's something that we do with players in instruction. If they are trying to improve that impact, to take that little step forward. He's incorporated, I think, a drill and just basically said, listen, I'm going to run with this on the golf course. And when he does it, he hits it really, really solid.
And it's a good drill to do. We're actually seeing more players incorporate drills like Victor Hovland with the double pump in his golf swing into their golf game out on the course.
Well, I think it's something that regular golfers can use. Don't be afraid to maybe take a drill like that and take it to the course. If it helps you on the driving range, if it helps you hit the golf ball more solid in your practice sessions, if it's not too crazy, take it. And listen, the only thing that matters is not if you hit it solid on the driving range. The only thing that matters is if you hit it solid on the golf course.
Good point. All right, 6th hole, Carlos Tevez for Team World.
Let's see if the Boca Juniors putter can continue to make some long-range putts. Beautiful tempo there. But to you, and I like the fact that he got the golf ball past the hole. I think we've seen so many players and so many regular golfers, they struggle with putting. Not so much the three putts come from bad reads or not on being able to understand what the greens are doing. They come normally from bad first putts. And when that ball doesn't get to the hole, it's easy to kind of lose confidence. And then you're kind of stuck in between. You've left a couple short, and then you run a couple past. And that's the kind of art of learning that speed on the putting green.
Tevez and Diego Forlan losing hole number 6 to the Team England pair of Lee Sharp and Phil Jagielka. They're a point down now.
Alton Top and Navandrovic really come back against Joe Hart and Phil Jones. They were 3-1 up the English side. If they could get something out of that match, then this starts to look a little bit different. In the same way that we talked, Ewan, the momentum shifts. It looked all red early. Now we're starting to see a little bit of the world team fighting back.
Well, the Team World pair here of Javier Ginola and Patrick Berger, they won the previous hole, the 6th hole, got a point on the board. They're still 3 points down. But Ginola, has he found the water here at 7?
Ball will be a little bit above his feet, so it's going to work from right to left. If he could throw that out there at that palm tree just right of that house. Trying to make sure that body keeps going. Tendency for David is that body slows down and then that club closes over.
It's just starting to get pretty steamy out here. And remember, this is only the morning session. There is an afternoon session to come.
And David fighting a little bit of a hip injury. He said he's probably going to have surgery on that right hip. So he gets a little bit short on that backswing, and then the body kind of slows down. But what an amazing career Ewan he had, and just such a charismatic figure. He was such a fan favorite, and the way he played football just made it so special to watch.
Phil Jones, his second shot at the 9th hole. Uphill green here.
Oh, what a shot. Team World fighting back, but that's the type of shot that you want to see. That's the type of competitor Phil Jones is.
Over to Patrick Berger. His partner, Javier Ginola, in trouble here at 7. And coming from the wrong angle over on the right-hand side.
I was at a dinner the other night with he and his son. I think his son has as much ink on him, if not more.
There's quite a bit of it out here, isn't there?
I think we need more of that in professional golf. I'd love to see a professional golfer top 10 in the world with a little sleeve on. I tried to get Adam Scott to do that years ago. I just said, Scotty, how cool would you look if you just did it? I mean, Scotty looks cool anyway, but imagine Scotty with a sleeve tat. I mean,
yeah. He's probably one of the last people that would get it done, but he would probably look cool regardless of whatever he do. Whatever he does. Robbie Fowler, Team England currently 3 points up here. Here's a difficult shot.
Yeah, going with the hybrid, you can see he's going to try and see if he can close the club face through here and get this thing to work back from right to left, trying to hit a big hook in there.
Got to say, that's a situation where the hybrid clubs over the last few years have certainly helped out. Now Berger from the right side.
Loves his golf. Just said he wished he got to play more this time of year in the sunshine.
Oh, he likes it. He likes it. That was not an easy shot.
And you can see he's got his son on the bag there. I mean, they got matching tattoos on both arms.
Still does a lot of work for LFC TV. Patrick Berger actively involved. Now, Sheringham. Oh, that was Ruud Gullit, excuse me. At the 5th, and it was a cracking shot too, Radar.
Yeah, very good with a little bit of spin. What about that shot?
Especially with his partner, Luis Figo, out of play.
Important shot. Well, the course is looking an absolute treat. A lot of red on the bottom part of that leaderboard, but remember, it's not how many reds or greens, it's the points differential, excuse me. An opening match, Batistuta and Zola, only a hole and a half to play, 4 points ahead. A lot of golf still to come here in the morning session of the Icon Series. What have you been impressed with so far?
Well, I've been impressed with some of the iron shots. I've been impressed with some of the putts. But listen, I think it's this middle match, right? This Lee Sharp, Jagielka, this Carlos Tevez, Forlan. If that could somehow switch, and then the world team can get something out of that second match, then the way things looked 35, 40 minutes ago is going to look very, very different. And we see that. We see that ebb and flow. And that's the thing I love most about match play is you get these kind of runs to where all of a sudden it looks like one side is in complete control, and then all of a sudden things can change. So I think it's going to look a little bit different.
Don't forget, you can interact with us on Twitter, hashtag Icon Series. See, Pat just wrote to us a little while back saying, blown away by the quality of golf on display here. So are we.
I'm not sure, is it finished?
Where does your allegiance lie? Oh, okay, yeah, Team England or Team World? Hashtag Icon Series. Beautiful waterfall right behind the 6th green here at the Robinswood Golf Course.
Yeah, I think that waterfall very much an homage to Shadow Creek in Las Vegas. We have the waterfall there.
Be a part of the show. Join the conversation online. Hashtag Icon Series. It started out a little bit of trepidation, as you'd expect at the start. A few nerves on display. I'm sure they're still there, but players currently settling into these opening sessions. Let's head out to the 7th hole. He's coming off a birdie at the 6th, Lee Sharp. Taking a 1-point lead for Team England. Yeah, rock solid. Perfect. Avoiding the camel.
Position A there.
Remember, there's only 10 holes being played here, so this is the penultimate hole. Phil Jones for Team England. A beautiful shot. This for a birdie, this for a win.
This is a big putt right here.
Oh, yes, he's done it. Phil Jones, Joe Hart. Remember the last hole, double points on offer. Look how much that means to the players. Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Well, it's a big morning for Joe Hart. If he can somehow get a win, that's just going to give him so much confidence in his journey to try and become a better golfer. Diego Forlan, Manchester United fan favorite, trying to make his way as a professional tennis player, making that jump from one professional sport to the other. Take my hat off to him. That's not easy to do.
Gosh, now Jimmy Bullard, birdie putt at the 6th. 3 points ahead, Team England. Could it be 4? Yes, it can. The Bulldog. He's loved everywhere he goes, Jimmy Bullard. Now, Carlos Tevez, Diego Forlan, they get 2 strokes. This is index 2 here at 7. They get a shot, a chance to pull back a point on Team England.
Been impressed with Carlos Tevez's game this morning. Hit some quality shots, making some putts.
Looks comfortable, looks confident.
He's probably the most jet lagged flying in from a family holiday in Colorado out in the U.S.
And missing a connection, only got in very late, early hours Friday morning. The finishing hole, Claude. Great risk-reward hole.
Yeah, the 10th this week, but plays as the 18th for the members here at Robbinswood. Beautiful water down the left, so it's kind of the mirror of the first hole here. Pin today cut on the front. 2 levels here on the green. That back portion. So there is a little bit of a backstop there if the players would want to try and carry one past the hole and see if they could bring it back off that slope there on the 10th.
You take it down that left side, you can certainly reach the green in 2 for the bigger players. Gianfranco Zola, not one of the longer players, but he's in play. 3rd shot.
Yeah, anything left of this green is going in the water. So just trying to find the putting surface. That's perfect. That's all he needed to do there.
He's going to be a hard guy to play against any match play. Franco Zola just doesn't do much wrong. Mind you, the putt there at the final green, that'll be going up a tier. It's no gimme 2 putt.
But it's a great example, Ewan, of a player. Listen, he's short in stature. He's not as tall as some of these others, so he can't play through speed and through length. So he has to play through accuracy. And what you can tell about Gianfranco's game is he doesn't try and do things that he can't do. Yeah. He's just going to try and hit a lot of fairways, get the ball in play. He's going to try and hit a lot of greens and just make his opponents try and beat him.
And it's a good lesson for anyone, isn't it? In a day and age where all we hear about is speed and power, just manage your game to the best of your ability.
Listen, you can still play golf if you hit fairways and greens.
Well, Diego Forlan hasn't found the fairway here at 7, but it's a decent angle, albeit above his feet.
Yeah, just a little bit above his feet. That should help him with the distance because it should help the ball turn over from right to left. Overdoes it just a little, but he'll definitely take that.
It was interesting there, a little bit Lee Trevino like his setup, addressed the ball right out of the toe. Now Phil Jagielka. Hits the ball from left to right. It should be a good flag for him, and it was all over it.
Well, now a green light situation for Lee Sharp here. A really good drive down there. His partner already on the putting surface. I think we're going to see Lee try and be aggressive here with this iron shot.
Oh, what a shot. Carlos Tevez continuing his stellar play. I mean, there was nothing he didn't do in the world of football, and he's continuing that form with golf.
Another great shot. Let's see if Lee Sharp can respond after a really good drive. He's a good iron player. Takes the golf club a little bit on the inside. Comes over just so the ball's going to be a little bit above his feet.
He stiffed it on the previous hole. 3-time Premier League winner.
Oh, good shot.
All over it, wasn't it?
Really good shot there. Below the hole, he'll be able to be aggressive with that putt.
I think it's fair to say, Claude, a few of these footballers have found their feet on the golf course.
I thought the afternoon matches would probably, we'd see a little bit more quality than we did in the beginning, just due to the nerves.
Yeah.
Now the home hole here for these players, 10th.
Yeah, this has been a little bit surprising, this opening match. John Terry, very handy goal for himself. Theo Walcott, a lot of people had flagged them as the favourites, but it hasn't been the case. 4 points down, but like we've said, it's the differential in points at the end of the day that's added to your team tally.
Well, and I think when you have a partner like Gianfranco Zola, Gabriela Batistuta, we can do that kind of ham and egg thing that we talk about in the U.S. to where you don't necessarily have to hit it that good. You know your partner's going to be in play, and then when you do get a good look, you feel like you can be a little bit aggressive. All about the speed here with John Terry. The line, the read, yes, it's important, but having the ball have the right speed. Don't just think in terms of the line.
Slow putt coming up a tier into the green. It's got to go, does it? Oh no, it's pretty well done, John Terry. "41 Premier League goals, the most by a defender at the time in the Premier League. 700 Chelsea appearances. What a career.
Yeah, and when you talk to him, you can just hear how much he bleeds Chelsea. He's involved in the academy. He spends a lot of time over there, and it is such an important, not only a part of his career, but Chelsea is a huge, huge part of his life.
Zola. Yeah, it's not too bad as well. That wasn't an easy putt.
Yeah, really nice with the speed there. This is the bright spot for the world team at the moment. 4-0 up. When he walked onto the driving range, I almost didn't recognize Gabriel. I mean, with the hair that he used to have when he played.
54 goals for Argentina. Zola.
I think he's going to try and knock this in and give Gabriel Batistuta a free run at it. If you can do that in match play, if you can get that par in there, somewhat frees your partner up. If they've got a birdie putt, they can be a little bit more aggressive, not have to worry about the one that's coming back.
A rare mistake for the magician. Now Batistuta. Move from his right to left. You know, it's something we've spoken about. A lot of these players continued playing their football careers to late 30s, 40s, like a Terry Sheringham. But they're displaying, a lot of these players now in their 50s, but they're displaying a lot of athleticism still, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show that, you keep yourself in shape, you keep yourself moving. Golf is a great vehicle, not only for these great athletes, but for everyone. Gets you outside, gets your body moving.
Oh. Well, that's a Team England point there at the final hole, which it narrows the gap to 3 points in that opening match. It's still a big win for Team World. And really a classy performance. First match out.
I've just seen a fantastic shot. You do know that a $10 million swing is a little bit.
Well, Team World here.
2 if you win it.
No, that's why I done it. I'm a pressure man. Just come alive under pressure. All the lads behind me as well.
What a great shot.
Incy just a little bit right of the green. Doing him a favour by saying that. But yeah, it's important that I got on the green, and I did. So it's a team game.
You boys have been dovetailing fantastically. I'm not going to take you out of your game too much. Go on, putt that in. I'll be up there watching.
Wow, a terrific shot there from Robbie Fowler. Team England currently 2 points ahead. They've allowed Team World to get back into the equation a little bit. But an important one, Claude, because that is Team World's home hole.
Absolutely. Sneak 2 points out of there.
Fan favourites everywhere they go. Well, the first match has been completed. It's a 2-point victory to Team World, the pairing of Gabriel Batistuta and Gianfranco Zola. It's a par 3 8th hole, Team World's home hole, but Robbie Fowler has just hit one in pretty tight for Team England. Paul Ince has missed it well over to the right. May not be needed, Ince, after Robbie's tee shot. Yeah, I was chatting to Nick Doherty, Claude, earlier about his style. What do you think of the socks? I like the longer socks.
I mean, the long socks with the Travis Scotts, I mean, that's a hard flex, you know. I mean, if you're going to flex, you got to flex hard, and I think Incy's got that going.
Yeah, I think if you're Paul Ince, you can flex anything, right?
I mean, you don't have to name the governor for nothing, right? I mean, you're going to throw the Travis Scott J's on, you go with the high socks. Now you're going to try and go for the flop shot over the bunker. Short game, 100% not Paul's forte. We're supposed to have a golf lesson with him to work on the short game. We talked about it at dinner. I got caught up. I don't think he's talking to me anymore, but he doesn't need to. I mean, his partner's in there stiff. So.
Yeah, just get him off the first tee maybe this afternoon. I'll tell you what, Robbie Fowler has been very, very impressive in this matchup. They've got Fowler and Berger, part of the Liverpool treble wedding team from 2000.
I'm going to say it now. I want to see a singles match with Zola and Robbie Fowler. I think that's going to be kind of a really good match in the singles if we could somehow make that happen. Very similar styles.
Let's get back to Team World's home hole, the par 3 8th. It's a big opportunity here for double points for Team England if they can win this hole, and Robbie Fowler in position to do so after a tremendous tee shot, Claude.
Yeah, you'd love to see him follow this up. I mean, this was a quality golf shot. Right at the flag, judged the distance perfectly. It's going to break a lot from his right to left. Can he judge this one and just slide this in the right-hand side door?
Move.
Just hit it through the break. But he'll be happy with that.
Well, let's throw it down to Nick Doherty in our studio.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I am with the first winning side for the world team. Tell us, Gabby, what does it feel like to be out there and get the points on the board early on? How did you play today?
I play quite good.
Yeah?
I would say good, yes.
Yeah?
Not as usually. I play better than usually. And I has a teammate, Gianfranco, that is straight. So he gave me a lot of peace. I can say peace? Yes.
A lot of peace, yeah.
Yes, a lot of
peace. Made you feel comfortable?
I had my shoulder covered by him.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, putting the ball in play, you did a great job of doing that out there as well. How important is it in the first match to try and show everybody behind Gianfranco that you guys are putting points on the board for the world side?
Well, first of all, it's very easy to be relaxed when you have somebody driving the ball to 270 meters all the time in the middle of the fairway. Having said that, no, it's very good. Hopefully, we're going to give a little bit of confidence to the others. It's a very hard day, I know, because they're very good. And hopefully, we're going to help them.
Finally, England obviously at the moment in the other games with the upper hand. Do you think the world are going to turn some of those around?
Well, you know better than me, no? Until the end, you need to fight, and then there will be the singles. So it's going to be, I think, closer until the end. But it's good for us to start with a win.
Gents, it's the perfect start. We'll let you go and get some rest, get some electrolytes down here. You're going again this afternoon. Thanks for coming in to see us. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Team World. They just saw Joe Hart hitting his third shot there into the par 5 closing hole onto the green. Now it's out on top, out of the bunker. That was a difficult shot, and now he's got a difficult 2-putt.
One of the longest, or one of the hardest shots in golf is that long bunker shot, even for the best players in the world. So the fact that he's got that out gives him a chance to putt.
Well, this is back at the 6th. A few moments ago, the longest par 4 on the golf course. Teddy Sheringham, second shot from the left rough. And what a sterling effort. Teddy Sheringham
I mean, is that shot of the day? That's closer.
That wasn't from the fairway either. That's the shot of the day. That's our shot of the day.
Shot of the day. Oh, the backwards putt. Look at that.
I'd be showing off too after that approach. Let's go back to the 8th tee. Team World's home hole. Diego Forlan.
Playing 166 yards today.
Just a reminder that leaderboard that you see up in the top left-hand side of your screen. Team World, a 2-point win in the first game, hence why it's 2-0. They like it. They love it. Oh, it was online.
Just needed one more club. His partner, Carlos Tevez, has been very impressive this morning. I think the way that he has played, they've got to try and find a way to get something out of these last 2 holes, maybe get some points.
Just saw Forlan taking a photo with a fan there. They've been very obliging, these players. Thrilled to be here. And as you alluded to earlier, Claude, they love their football here in Thailand almost as much as back in England. Is it left? There's water left. Oh, it just avoids a croc.
Definitely enough rough to save that from going in the water.
Looks nice.
This has been a good match to watch, the second match out. Joe Hart and Phil Jones up against Nemanja Vidic and Hamid Altintop. It's a 1-point lead at the moment for Team England. You surprised with that at all? Or you think this is travelling how you thought?
I've been very surprised with some of the shots that Joe Hart has hit. He was not coming in here with a lot of confidence, and this is a tough format to come into. You're going to be on television, you're going to be against some of your peers, and when you don't feel like you have your best stuff from a technique standpoint, but got to spend some time with them on the range, and I told them, listen, if you can just hit the golf ball solid, don't worry so much about where the direction is going. So I think this is a win for Joe Hart. Regardless of the outcome of the match, he has done himself proud this morning, and I think he'll go into this rest of this afternoon and tomorrow with a lot of confidence.
I agree with that. Hamid Altintop's come out of the bunker to this point. Up the hill, this is an identical spot to where Zola 3-putted from.
Yeah, it's up the hill, and then it's going to come down, breaking from his left to right. And I've been saying it all morning, all about the speed here.
A very difficult one to lag close. That's certainly no gimme. Big opportunity here for Team England. Not just to get the win on the board, but perhaps a bonus point. Remember, it is double points, this finishing hole. So Team England with a 1-point lead. If they were to win this hole, that would be a 3-point win.
And that 3-putt by Zola on the last hole gave away basically 2 putts. They came in here 4-0 up.
So Phil Jones, no club in the hand. Joe Hart. You saw Joe Hart hit onto the green, so he's obviously de-greened it with the first putt. However, he's now coming back up the hill. There's not too much to this one.
Let's see if he can judge the pace here coming out of the fringe. And then good effort. Really good effort from Joe Hart.
Oh, Asmo Begovic, former footballer, loving the Icon series. It's a great watch, it certainly is. They're loving it as well.
Now to clean up here, Hamid Altintop. His partner, Amanda Vidic, really trying to give him the read here.
They're certainly taking their time here, Claude.
Well, when you get to the end of these matches, and all these points, they all count. So trying to make sure that he gets this one in there. If he can two-putt from where he was, it's not a bad two-putt. That wasn't an easy first putt.
You would have seen Joe Hart swing quite a bit from his right to left. How much can he learn? Look at that, look how much it means. Didn't like losing on the football pitch. Don't like losing on the golf course either.
So, a great putt there, a really solid two-putt. And I think that's what this competition is about, to stand up and make a 7-8 footer when you need to on the home hole with the crowds. It's got to give him a lot of confidence.
Well, there's certainly been plenty of highlights. There's been some incredible shots out here in the morning session. Start off with Carlos Tevez on the second hole, Claude. Long birdie putt.
Yeah, for birdie. Lengthy putt. Going to catch the slope now. Now it's going to start to break from right to left. And he hoops it from 40 feet.
Plenty of candidates for shot of the day. We're staying at the same hole. Nigel de Jong. This was his approach out of the fairway bunker.
And this is not an easy shot. Fairway bunker from length. Judged it perfectly, gets a little bit of an assist off the fringe there. A fantastic shot.
Lee Sharp, he was looking to do the Sharpie shuffle here at the 6th. Difficult par 4. Second shot, tough pin.
Really good speed there. Puts a little spin on it.
And we both said, Claude, well, that's easily the shot of the day so far. But then came Teddy Sheringham.
Teddy Sheringham. Beautiful iron shot here at the 6th hole. Out of the light rough. But just controls the distance beautifully. Had to carry it just over that bunker. For me, that's the shot of the day right there. That was a quality iron shot. But is this the shot of the day? The backwards...
We need to get that in slow-mo because he was looking at the ball when he hit it. If he was actually looking at the camera, it would have been better. He tried to make it look like he did. Either way, it was an incredible shot, and it's been an incredible morning of golf here at the Icon Series of Football in Thailand.
Over here at the 7th. Paul Scholes, about pin high here.
Uphill, moving from right to left for Teddy Sheringham, currently 3 points ahead. Very important moment for Team World in that second match. Double points on offer in the final hole. They came in 1 point down. They end up winning by a point. So right now, Team World 3 points ahead. And as I said, Team England here 3 points ahead.
Up the hill will break from his right to left. Oof. Hammers it through.
ahead and try and clean it up here for a pass. Similar one to Zola's putt. Not an easy one, Claude.
Now let's see if he can judge the break here, or does he just try and take all the break out of it? Oh, just slides by.
Paul Scholes will be next to go. This is out of the left-hand side. Got a bang-on pin high. You need to watch himself here because Teddy's made himself a bogey, but he'll just daddle it up there. I can't imagine this is going to get to it. Well, bring your marker with you. Bring your marker with you.
Tough par putt left for Team England. They're at 7.
Yeah, but the other guys are having a few whacks, it must be said. It hasn't been. It's been a bit of a mismatch. I'll be very surprised.
This is the par 4 7th. Team England currently 3 points ahead. Sheringham in with a bogey. Scholes has work left for a par radar, but Figo, good opportunity here.
Yeah, but this is for a par, I think, because he was over on the right-hand side, and I'm not sure whether he took a penalty drop or he thought it was a free drop. But Scholes will have one for the win if he's not given it. Pick it up. Let's move on.
All right, let's head down to the studio with Nick Doherty. He's got a couple of guests with him.
Oh, have I got guests with me? Very, very happy guests. In fact, Joe Hart just walked across us a minute ago. He hasn't long found out that they didn't even draw. They lost the match because of the 2 points on the last. You knew. Your reaction, Hamid. What did that mean on the last green?
First of all, we are enjoying the tournament here, and this was the right strategy from us, huh? To stay in the game till the last hole. And end of the day, we are happy and we deserve it, of course.
What was it like to get one over on Phil Jones there, Nemanja? Old teammate.
No, to be fair, it was a great experience. Obviously, it's tough for us to play in this environment, but in the end of the day, we have some good shots, some bad. But like Hamid said, we understood how this game's working. Obviously, on the 5th hole, 8th hole, and 10th hole, we have 2 points, and we count on that. So on the last hole, we won the game, and we are so happy.
The competitor in you, we saw Joe was actually legitimately upset that he realised there was 2 points on that last hole. Does that give you great joy to see him in that much pain?
No, listen, we are happy that we won, especially that last part from Hamid. It was fantastic, and we celebrate both. I think the crowd can see how much we are competitive and that we want to win. Obviously, we are happy to win, but we can see the feel and Joe that we are so down after this first game. But obviously, we have an afternoon again to play, so yeah.
A big build-up coming in here. The reality now, you're off and running. How are the nerves feeling? Do you feel more comfortable now we're into it?
Yeah, after the first game, it's like in the football, first touch is very important to come to the game, and we have 3 games more, and we want to beat the England team and take the trophy home. That's why we have to be calm and humble.
Points on the board for Team World. Well played, boys. Well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Good luck this afternoon. Let's get back out there.
Yeah, I like that. Be humble. Be humble in victory, be humble in defeat. Now, one of the innovations is the call the captain here. You can only do it once per session. Team England did it in the opening match. John Terry called upon Lee Westwood here at the par 5 10th. Hitting a 3-wood with his second shot.
Yeah, Westy with the little bullet. Just...
And he got a camel.
He did.
Team England.
Does that count? Do the captains have camels? Okay. Westy giving him a camel. Thanks, Westy.
That's good to see. All right, back to the par 3 8th. Second to last match. Jimmy Bullard, Jermaine Janis showing a clean pair of heels at the moment. This is Team World's home hole, so a win here for Team England would be double points. There's just so much volatility in this system, Claude. I mean, Team World getting the first 2 wins on the board, but Team England currently up by quite a bit in a couple.
Yeah, this is a big putt for Jimmy Bullard and Team England. 2 points here on offer. If the England...
before he hits the putt. This was his tee shot. Good looking swing. And they loved it on the tee. And he's almost slam dunked it. There's another contender for shot of the day. Jimmy Bullard, the Bulldog.
As if he needs more confidence, right? I mean, how many times are we going to have to hear about that shot?
Well, you know what, Claude? We're going to hear about it even more if he rolls the putt in as well. And here it is. He's taken advantage of it. Big moment, too. They were leading by 2 points. Coming to that hole. Double points. Now 4 points ahead.
That puts the England side 5-1 up in that match.
They will make their way to the 9th hole. Up ahead at that green. David Ginola. Currently 1 point down. They've clawed their way back very nicely, Ginola and Berger. They were 4 points down early. Bit of right to left in this one.
Yeah, just a little. I think the tendency on these short putts is, do you play the break or do you just try and take it out? Just got to fight this, wanting to sneak from his right to left. Tendency here is to miss it on the low side. Right in the heart.
Oh, and the fist pump.
That's a big comeback in this match.
Yeah,
it needed that.
And don't forget double points at the final hole. This would be a great comeback if they can win this one.
You could see David didn't have his best stuff early, so he's kind of played his way into round. I think we are going to see that with these players. We're going to see a little bit of nerves early, but then as these matches progress, Hamed Altentorp, a great example, didn't necessarily do anything really solid early, but when they needed him to make a putt, he makes one, gets the 2 points.
Back at the 8th tee, it's our final match radar. Red Hullet on the tee.
Paul Scholes has flushed it straight over the top of the flag with a 7-iron. Now, this little movement with the left foot is because he's had a hip replacement. Yeah.
And it's a crock to Team World.
I imagine he's been kicked a few times.
Worst I've ever played in a long time.
Crocodile rock.
Hey, it's unbelievable.
I think it's a great example, Ewan, for everyone watching. There is a massive difference between playing golf at home, what you do on the driving range, and then when you get under pressure, it is about execution. Really good looking swing there from Luis Figo. Oh, yeah. So 2 quality iron shots there from Figo and Paul Scholes right over the flag.
Don't forget Jimmy Bullard's in the group in front. Radar and I were standing on that tee yesterday. There's a lot could go wrong there on number 8 with the water left.
Don't want to give up.
Yeah. Go. Susuna. Hashtag never give up.
Come on, the bid looks good.
Of course, I think no. You can.
Well, they got a croc and a camel.
That's tough to do. That's the double. Is that the double? I mean, we've got players that have won the treble. That's the double, right? The croc and the camel.
It's the double you don't want either.
Did it hurt? No. Oh, yeah.
Team England definitely in the box seat in that final match, as they are in the last 3 matches. Team World points on the board in the first 2 matches, currently a 3-0 lead. Looking down at the final hole, par 5, water on the left. That's where David Ginola stands right now, Claude.
Yeah, just favors the draw here. Plenty of room out here to the right. Don't make the mistake of hitting this thing left. Anything left here, you're bringing the water into play.
Yeah.
And see, Ewan, his body's definitely moving better now. I think he warmed up. He's starting to free things up and swing a little freer. You could see a lot of these guys were really trying to not hit bad shots early. And I had a little conversation with him at the barbecue last night. And I said, listen, just try and hit good shots. Let it flow. Swing. Nothing worse than hitting a bad shot when you're trying to not hit a bad shot.
This is a terrific risk-reward finishing hole, isn't it? You know, certainly for the longer players, it begs you to take it down the left-hand side, get yourself in the go zone for 2.
Now the Governor Paul Ince.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Timber, and I'd imagine a croc as well for Team England. It is.
That was left, going left. Well, one of the steady players for the England side this morning, Robbie Fowler. Be surprised if this is anywhere other than dry land. He won't even see the water there to the left.
There's a lot of pressure here for Team England and Robbie Fowler now in particular. The fact they were 4-0 up, it's now 4-3. Double points on offer here. England have already been 1 point up on the final hole and lost the match.
Robbie.
Oh, Robbie, I teed you up and you rinse one in the water?
He doesn't know.
Just right. Thanks. I was going to take your headlock then. Hey, it's not my fault if it goes in the water. You jinxed it.
I did. I jinxed him. I talked about what a great ball striker he was. It was going to be right down the middle. And hits the old snap hook.
Let's go back to our final match there on the par 3/8. It's Team World's home hole. Paul Scholes on the green radar.
Yeah, he's on the greens right in the middle of it. It's out of the left, right here. It's gently uphill, so it's a good whack to get it up there hole side. Grain is into out of his left.
Oh, jeez, it was a good effort. Gimme coming back. Seen as these last few holes have worn on, it's been more and more difficult for players to lag putts. Perhaps these pins just a little tricky.
Well, a really quality iron shot radar from Teddy Sheringham right over the flag.
Yeah, he's got his caddy in there, a local, a good one at that. This is out of his left. It's a slidey putt. Not a serious amount of break, but an outside chance.
As he judged the speed, fell in love with the line, just didn't have the pace.
It'll be interesting to see how these players do this afternoon. Yes, I think there'll be less nerves. They're starting to play their way into it now, but will fatigue play a part this afternoon? It's a lot of golf, and the heat out here is excruciating. You can see Wayne Radar Riley there at the back of the green. He's got a good look at this putt.
Yeah, just gently out of the left. It's not that hot. It's hot, yeah. But I guess growing up in Australia, as we did, Ewan, that's on a banging line. You get used to this kind of weather. It never goes away. You're born with it. It stays with you, and you can deal with it. Some mightn't be able to, though.
What do you think about coming from Manchester here?
Yeah. As I said before, I can't imagine that Westwood wouldn't put this team out. Again, Scholes and Teddy.
Well, putting the pressure on his partner, Teddy Sheringham. This is going to be a... Is this as fast as it looks, Radar?
Yeah, but it's left lip. He's a competent player. Plays off 4. I'll tell you something right now. You wouldn't like to play him off 4. I wouldn't like to.
He's rock solid, hasn't he?
That shot, dirty looks.
That shot he hit into the 6 was incredible as well.
That was a 9-9. Left lip does the trick, Teddy. If you overcook it, you'll miss it left. If you decel, you'll miss it right. Shouldn't be an issue, though. He's been more than competent.
Oh. It was a bit of a wishy-washy stroke, wasn't it? And it's a point for Team World.
Well, there's a little bit of a gift there from the England side.
I've not heard that version. I've not heard that version.
Jagielka at the 9th. Draining a birdie putt for Team England, and that will extend their lead. Although it does look like Tevez has got a putt coming up, perhaps to halve the hole. Well, Paul Ince found the water, took a drop. That's his third at the par 5 closing hole. That one's just into the left-hand rough.
Was a bunker shot. 3 was into the right-hand trap and he played out.
We saw Robbie Fowler's tee shot go to the left.
All right. It's all right. It's going to be a long third shot, though. Oh, Sergio has a club out.
Little captain's choice here.
Back to the 9th, and Carlos Tevez. This is to tie the hole with Jagielka and Team England, and it's a rare miss. It's another point on the board for Team England. Vital one. 4 ahead heading to the final hole. Gosh, and you think about those bombs that he drained early on, this could be an absolute whitewash if it hadn't been for those. I mentioned, Claude, earlier that each team has one call the captain option on offer per session. Lee Westwood already has done it for Team England. Now it's Sergio Garcia trying to reach the green here on the final hole for Team World.
So coming in a little cold here, they throw him out in the middle of the last fairway, 3 wood. Ball a little bit above his feet. This is kind of the bread and butter shot for Sergio. Hit his little sling draw. He's going to try and cut it off this lie to offset the fact that it's going to want to go to the left with the water to the left.
Oh, they like it. He loves it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's what a shot, too.
Wow, what a shot.
Are you chipping uphill?
He absolutely striped that. And he might be a Sergio Garcia, but he hasn't hit a ball for a couple of hours. He's been sitting in a golf cart. Let's take another look at this. Watch where it flies. It almost flies into the cup.
Well, you can see he was aimed a long way left there, ball above his feet with the 3 wood, trying to offset the fact that the ball wants to go to the left off that lie. Water left. What a great shot.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I think Team World are pretty happy about their decision there. Don't forget, Robbie Fowler a long way out for his 3rd shot. Paul Ince has already found the water. Team England 4 points up at one stage in this match. It's now just the 1. What a match, though. Ince, Fowler, over 1,000 Premier League appearances combined, up against the powerhouse of Ginola and Berger. This is back at the 9th. Jamison Bullard currently 4 points ahead of the Dutch pair, De Boer and De Jong.
So the world side trying to get anything out of these last couple of holes. 2 points on offer on the 10th. You an aim point fan, non-aim point fan? There's been a lot of talk lately on the PGA Tour about aim point, but it's something that really can help the average golfer just kind of understand that. Now, Obviously, you don't have to be slow when you do it, but it's a really good idea to just say, listen, go ahead, figure out what your feet are doing. Do you feel slope on the down? Do you feel slope on the up? Do you feel more right? Do you feel more left?
Janice well over the back of the green here at 9. Look, I think there's the misconception that it takes forever because we have seen people probably do it incorrectly. The best players in the world doing it incorrectly. They're the ones that go viral on social media.
I think if you're doing it from 1 foot, there's something wrong.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's a bit silly. But, you know, you do it correctly. It can help you out. It doesn't take long. It's just understanding it, understand the notion of it. Difficult shot for Janice, well over the back. It's quite a significant hill over the back of the green there at 9. He can rely on his partner, Jimmy Bullard, here.
Well, I think one of the easiest things to do on the greens, Ewan, is before you mark your ball, walk up to it, ask yourself 2 questions. Do you think the putt's uphill, downhill? Do you think it's right to left, left to right? Then mark it, then go gather the information and see if you're right. Hopefully, if you thought it was uphill, it was uphill. If you thought it was right to left, it was right to left. Now, how much it's uphill and downhill, but those are good things to get in the habit of doing. And then, as a player, you can start to trust your instincts, and hopefully, you'll start to understand, listen, all I'm trying to do is figure out is this uphill, downhill, is it going right to left, left to right, and then try and figure it out from there.
And it almost mirrors what you see back in the fairway as well. Just be ready to hit the ball. Don't start everything when it's your turn to hit.
Ready golf for everyone playing at home. Don't stand on formality. If you're ready to hit it, hit it.
Man that you have worked with. Oh, good try there from Janice, a man that you have worked with for years. Epitomises that better than anyone, DJ. Ginola now. 3rd shot at the par 5 closing hole for Team World.
Oh, what a good shot. Some really good golf late from David Ginola. Nice to see, because obviously he wasn't playing his best early. You could see that he was frustrated. But I think we're going to see David play much better if he gets out in the afternoon matches.
Let's get back to the 9th hole. Jimmy Bullard coming off a birdie and a win on the previous hole. Team England 4 points up in this match. How's your maths there, Claude? Because Team World 3 points ahead. 1, 4, 8. I'm seeing an 11-point differential in favour of Team England in those last 4 matches. So currently, you would think Team England well in the box seat. And this is for a win.
I don't have enough fingers and toes for that type of math. Another good putt. Look at Jimmy Bullard.
Oh, God.
Walking it in.
Well, if you didn't think we were hearing the end of the birdie on 8, when you go back-to-back, that's just adding to it.
You should be proud, man.
Oh, no, we got that.
2 in a row.
Last one. Last one. 1 more to go, man.
What a great personality, Jimmy Bullard.
Brings so much energy to this event.
Robbie Fowler, he narrowly avoided the water off the tee.
Then laid up and then
narrowly avoided the water again. But it's a camel.
It's a camel.
And they're in danger of losing the hole as well. Double points on offer on this hole.
Trick here is to keep the speed up on these long bunker shots. Easy to decelerate and come up short.
Oh,
which is just what he did.
And a double camel.
Double camel.
That's the first double camel we've seen.
Double camel.
And Team World just licking their chops here. What a comeback it's going to be. Oh, yeah, jeez.
Oh, almost the triple camel.
Yeah. So what's that? That's 5 shots. You've got Ginola on the green for 3. Berger, courtesy of the call to captain, over the green for 2. It's looking like a double point here and a win for Team World.
And some much needed points for Team World.
What a comeback. 4 points down early on. Let's be honest, I think the governor's going to have to lift his game this afternoon. call the captain on the final hole. We saw that Sergio Garcia got called up from Patrick Berger. Patrick Berger finding the fairway. He's called on Sergio, the captain, to hit the second shot for him. And he almost slam dunked it. The ball is over the back of the green.
And I think we're going to see that. 2 points on offer here on the 10th. So you got to do it, right? You got to try and make points where you can make them. We're going to see what kind of short game these players have.
What's Sergio saying? Don't worry too much, Incy. Don't worry, just get used to losing. Well, every conceivable chance it's going to be green on the board for the first 3 matches of the morning session. Absolutely did not look like that even the space of 20-25 minutes ago.
Well, as we said earlier, it can switch, and if the world team can get something out of these first 3 matches, it's looking a lot better than it was half an hour ago, that's for sure. Both captains on the green. Lee Westwood at the top of the screen talking to Patrick Berger.
Paul Ince has had more hits than Elvis on this hole, so Robbie Fowler, this is 6th shot. You would think even if this goes in, it's not enough. Really just gifting Team World this final hole. He'd been rock solid, Robbie Fowler, really up until that finale.
Well, is the call the captain from Sergio the little momentum shift that the world team needed? A little pickup.
Oh, already been given.
There we go.
And that is a big win to Team World. As I mentioned, 4 points down early. And that'll be double points, 2 points in the final hole, and it's a 5-4 victory to Team World. They will be delighted. Disappointing for Fowler and Ince. Very happy Team World there. Didn't think that was going to happen half an hour ago.
Absolutely not. I think a lot of that was down to David Ginola starting to hit some quality golf shots, trying to give themselves some chances.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Play the green. Well done, Pat. Hey, show where you finished.
Yep. I think Robbie Fowler will be hearing the end of that from Patrick Berger for a while. Big tee shot on the final hole for Lee Sharp. It's 298 yards to the tree in the fairway. He's level with that, so he can reach this green in 2.
Flattish lie here on the 10th. Get a good idea of what he's going to try and do based from this camera angle off of where he's aiming this golf ball. See with his foot angle, he's going to try and sling this a long way from right to left. Try and play the little low runner. Overdoes it a little. And another camel for Team England.
Yeah, it's a lot of red humps, isn't it, on this final hole. Interesting to hear Radar talking about it's not as hot out there. Sure, it will be this afternoon. Let's go back to the tee at the final hole. Jimmy Bullard is coming off birdies on 8, 9, and this is a birdie hole here for Jimmy Bullard as well.
You would think. Can he finish birdie, birdie, birdie? We'd never hear the end of that. He likes it, goes for the early tee pickup, as he should.
Oh, he's just full of confidence right now, isn't he? Geez, he's got a good move into his right side, going back, finishes over his left foot. This man can pump it out there. He can get there in 2 if he finds the fairway here, Jermaine Jenis.
Yeah, a lot of speed. Going out with the driver. Lots of room to the right here. Anything left, though, anything left of the fairway starts flirting with the water. Safety first.
Short of it.
Yeah, no problem there.
Yeah, avoids the camel. 21 England caps in his career, Jermaine Jenis. Playing some pretty good golf as well. Bit of a slow start this morning for the Dutchman, Ronald de Boer.
Yeah, they just never really got any momentum going, which is what you need in match play. Try and make a bunch of pars.
We saw Robbie Fowler's stay up.
The grass there is a little thick, so could have held up.
Oh, another Team World ball flirting with the water. You got to think, law of averages, at least one staying up, surely. Either way, it's looking really good for Team England in these last 3 matches. Some big leads. It's currently 4-0 to Team World.
But definitely big for Team World to get something out of this morning session.
Yeah. Well, let's head back down to our studio. Nick Doherty, who have you got with you?
Well, I got one of each because it was a draw. It was 4-4 in that match. I've got Robbie, I've got Patrick. It's a little bit contentious, though, I've got to say.
It's not contentious.
Robbie is not happy that they used Sergio Garcia to get those 2 points on the last. Robbie?
Well, look, I mean, that was the rules at the start, but, I mean, if he hasn't got the guts or the cojones to, like, do it himself, then, you know...
Listen, the rules are made for a reason, and we just took advantage of it. So I think, you know, the Team England, they took advantage of it with the first group with Lee Westwood. And we had a plan before the last hole with Sergio that if we hit a good drive, then he will try to get it on the green, which was the case.
4-0, Robbie. That got away from you. That got away from you.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you let it slip a bit there?
Well, not really. No, he started playing well. We started really well. We started the course really, really well. Played well. Me and NC really dovetailed. Yeah, disappointing that we've not won the game, but you know what? We haven't lost, so we're looking for the positives, and that's it.
Well done. You play some lovely golf. It's a great start from yourself out there, Robbie. We've just seen that shot there, the caller captain. It was great use. You are playing by the rules. It is completely legit, in spite of what the English are saying. What does it feel like when you're up close and personal, you watch someone who's a Masters champion hit a shot like that right in front of you?
I could watch him all day long. It is just unbelievable how he can hit the ball, and you know, I mean, I could sit there for hours and watch him hitting balls on the range. I mean, what a player he is.
Well, Robbie and Paul don't think so, but it's an honourable half. Well done, boys. Get some rest. We'll see you again this afternoon. Let's get back out. Well done, boys.
Well, what Nick should have said there was, hey, Robbie, you made a 7, so I don't think it mattered who hit the shot. They were losing the hole.
Absolutely.
Well, this is back at the 9th, the final match out there. Luis Figo failing to hit the green with that pitch shot.
Team World are in a world of hurt on this hole. Paul Scholes took a drop out of the penalty area down the left, winged it onto there to about 25 feet, got one for a par. And Teddy's got this on the green for 2, so 2 putts to clean up this hole. It's out of the left-hand side. It's gently uphill, down in a little dip, and it goes uphill, and it goes over a little brow.
Ruud Gullit in trouble here as well, Radar?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Just to be honest with you, I don't know how many he's had.
Radar, we've said that about you a few times.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I'm sure you can guess.
Oh, what a good putt this is. Has he done it? Oh.
That's a great putt.
The no look. He's got the Jordan Spieth working on the long putts for Teddy Sheringham. Great putt there. Really nice touch.
It's a gimme par, and it's a point for Team England. That's a 4-point lead heading to the final hole. What's the benefits of looking at the hole, Claude?
Well, if we gave you a ball and told you to roll the ball from that distance, the last thing you're going to do is look at your hand, right? So I think it's a great way for everyone, if you're working on your lag putting, use your eyes, use what you've got, react as an athlete as opposed to just look so much. I think good players glance at the ball, stare at the target. The average golfer that struggles with confidence stares at the ball, glances at the target. And if you're struggling with putting, especially lag putting, it's a great way to work on it.
Diego Forlan's chip at the final hole. Beautifully played. It's also a bit of a misconception with hitting the ball, isn't it? Keep your head down, keep your eye on the ball. DJ, David Duval, Arnica, Robert Allenby. None of them want to get the ball at impact. Yeah, give him that. Come on. It's a foot from the hole. Lee Sharp was in the front bunker for 2, had a long bunker shot for his 3rd. I'm assuming this is where it's finished. And if it did, it actually was a pretty good shot from where he was.
Absolutely, that was a good shot. He's a good player. I mean, I've been impressed with his game.
Oh, that's got to move right. It's been a really good performance from Lee Sharp and Team England in this match. Jagielka with a putt coming back down the hill here.
Two birdies on the card so far for Phil. And a pretty solid round of golf. You know, only one bogey. Was out of the hole on the first couple, but pretty impressive so far.
This is interesting. Assuming that was a birdie putt. So now he's lining this one up apart. Lee Sharp perhaps making bogey there. Because if he hadn't made a par, he wouldn't be putting this one. He doesn't get a stroke here.
I think you're right there.
Well done.
Solid. Really solid.
Yeah, dominant performance from Team England in that match. Despite the putting prowess early on of Carlos Tevez. And finally, there's some red on the board. Team World sweeping the first 3 matches. It's a happy Lee Sharp and Phil Jagielka. Jimmy Bullard, he's having a crack with his second. There's people on the green. There's carts near the green. Oh, and he's trying... What? He's just almost taken out a caddy.
I mean, how about the club twirl there from the club twirl walk combo from Jimmy Bullard? We got to get another look at that. If we can rewind that.
Oh, it's ended up in the sand. That's a camel.
I mean, he had the walk, he had the twirl. That's a man with a lot of confidence.
Here we go.
Now check this out. I mean, watch the club twirl there and then the walk. I mean, that's somebody that's coming off of 2 birdies in a row. And he's got a legit chance for 3 in a row to finish.
It's got right up near the back lip, hasn't it? But
all right, I'm going to go out. As tough as this is, knowing Jimmy and his flair for the dramatic, I'm not going to be surprised if this has a good look at going in.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's just kind of the guy he is. Wouldn't surprise me.
He lives up. He really walks the walk, doesn't he? He's a good player.
With hair like that, you got to walk the walk. You can't have hair like that and not walk the walk. That's all I'm saying. Now Ronald DeBoer here, iron in hand, 4 shot. He's got the anti-slice set up. And there's really only 2 things you and you're going to do when you've got the anti-slice set up. Either you're going to pull it or you're going to slice it.
Oh, yeah.
But no camel there.
De Jong, his third shot. Avoided the water off the tee.
Anywhere on this green. Come on.
Oh, it's a good shot too, but it's a camel. Come on, where are those humps? Here we go. That was a solid strike.
Two things I'm never mad at, Ewan, from players. If the putt gets past the hole and if you hit an iron shot over the green. That's going to show you that you've got good distance and you hit the golf ball solid.
Well, let's head back down to Nick Doherty, who's got a couple of people with him.
Yeah, the first victorious team for England, and by quite the margin as well. 5-1 in the end. An important putt for you there on that last green, though, as well. Tell us, though, Phil, what was it like, the experience of that first tee? How did you feel in that environment today?
Yeah, it was horrible. But good. You know, it was great. Obviously, I had a partner who zinged it down the middle, so it allowed me to probably mess about a bit more. You know, I took one on the deck and try to put it down the middle of the fairway.
Talking of pressure, though, yourself, Lee, Jimmy, you are the strong men of that side. You're scratch golfers. There's a lot of expectation of you just always being there to make sure everything's going to be all right. You delivered on it today. How did you feel out there?
Little nervy and overexcited down the first couple of holes, and then Carlos holed a really good sort of 8-10 footer on the first, and then about a 40-footer on the second. So we thought, here we go. But no, we sort of settled it. Jag started hitting some good shots towards the end and kept up with them when they had shots, and we dovetailed well in the end.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much you're loving it? 10 being the best thing you've ever done in all your life with a golf club.
It's definitely, if I could have a permanent person fanning me, it'd be a definite 10. But no, it's been amazing.
11, it's 11.
Okay, like it.
Go and cool off. Get ready. You're going again soon.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Cheers.
Well done, boys. Well done. Let's get out there.
Well done, Nick. Well done, Lee. Well done, Phil. So currently 4 points apiece to England and Team World. A couple of matches left on the golf course, and definitely favouring the red of England.
But we've seen some good golf, and that's what we wanted to see, right? We want to see these great athletes. This isn't their environment. Yes, they all love golf, but this is not the environment that they live in all the time. And as I said earlier, this is real golf, right? This is not PGA Tour golf. Oh. That is real golf.
And that is a camel.
That is a camel, and that is something that a lot of people can identify with. Trying to hit it over a bunker, and you put it right in the middle of it.
Well, it's a pair of Dutch camels on this final hole because De Jong in the bunker as well.
Oh, saved by the fence.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. We wanted to see some good golf. We knew there'd be some nerves early on. And it was really just a string of highlight reels there for about a half-an-hour spell. This man's provided a couple of them.
Now, if this thing gets close, be a candidate for shot of the day. He just has this ability to try and just do things. I mean, look at that.
Oh, that's brilliant.
What did I tell you?
Oh!
What did I tell you? I told you it'd have a chance to go in. That is not an easy shot. He's got to get the backswing up quick, but you can tell that that is a quality golf shot from someone that has a lot of confidence.
And the speed through that ball that he had. I mean, if he catches that clean, the ball goes 100 yards.
Absolutely, but he's got a chance for his third birdie in a row to finish. I've got him making that one.
Oh. You're going to give him the hole? Jimmy will want to putt it anyway.
Jimmy wants to putt
those 3 birds.
If they try and give it to him, he's going to say no. Second to last match out on the group, or out on the course. He's not going to give it to him.
This is going to be very advantageous here for Team England. Currently 4 points apiece. Team England 5 ahead in this match. They're going to win this whole double points. And they're ahead in the final match as well. Don't forget the Crocs and the Camels. There's been plenty of those too. We've seen this putt quite a bit. Claude coming up the hill.
Yeah, up the hill and then down the slope for birdie.
Good try.
Good putt.
You made a good point earlier. Two things you don't mind seeing: putts past the hole, iron shots over the green. It's something you see all the time with amateur golfers, even pros, isn't it? Underclubbing, short of the green, short on your putt.
If the ball doesn't get past the front of the cup, it never has a chance to go in. And I just think so many people that are watching this, if you just tried to make sure that you got your putts to the hole. I think most golfers, Ewan, are so worried about running it past the hole. You know, they've got a 20-foot putt, they don't run it past. But as soon as the putts start to lose speed, that's when gravity is going to affect it the most. So you've got a putt that's breaking a lot. As it's losing speed, it's moving away from the hole. What I always try and tell players, as the ball is losing speed and taking the break, you want that going towards the cup, not 2-3 feet beforehand.
Par putt for Jennings coming back up the hill. Not much to this. Jimmy Bullard, 8 feet left for birdie anyway. Disappointing, but it's irrelevant.
All right, Jimmy, come on, pay this off. That was an unbelievably good bunker shot from a tough lie. Got it up quick, kept the speed up. I think he's walking this in.
Moving right.
Oh, I just hit it too hard. Come on, Jimmy. All that hair and you do that? Come on.
He was a little overzealous, wasn't he? It was a cracking tee shot, tremendous second, just found the bunker. Still been a great performance here from Team England.
Yeah, and some impressive golf by Jimmy Bullard, which is what we expected, right? I mean, guy's a good player. Wouldn't expect anything less.
That's a 7-point win for Team England. Double points on the final hole. 8-1, the biggest margin we've seen so far. Jimmy Bullard, Jermaine Jennings.
And now just look how important it was for Team World to win those 3 matches. Otherwise, we could be looking at a really, really big deficit for the world team.
Yeah, still a lot of golf to be played, but they have been talking it up. They have been saying that it's coming home. They had a premonition.
Well, I thought it was interesting what Lee Sharp said, who's one of the better players in this tournament, in this format. He said he was a little overzealous early. He was trying to hit too good of shots, and I think you had players, you would kind of get caught in the trap of maybe trying to not hit bad shots, and then you had someone who's one of the better players maybe trying to be a little bit too aggressive. So it's that kind of in-between.
Radar, what's happening in this final group?
Oh, they've all played 2. This is a long way back. We've got a flag set all the way back. The ball slightly above his feet, and the ball's on a downslope. It's all good. Expect this thing to come in quite flat and release out to it. That would be the plan anyway.
Yeah, if he lands this just on the front edge, that's a good shot. Not a bad shot from there. Lengthy putt, but a green in regulation.
It's 150 feet, Claude.
Well, it's a green in regulation. They still count.
Yeah.
Got to take your greens in regulation, Radar, when you can get them out here.
Yeah, I expect Rudy to be a little closer than that one. Maybe not. 2 captains behind the green here, Sergio and Lee Westwood being friendly together. Both looking up at the board, and they can see 11-4. Sergio starting to twitch, I would have thought.
Yeah, they were looking good early. It's all come crashing down for them in the last half an hour, but a lot of golf left to be played.
Paul Scholes, I've been so impressed with Scholes and Sheringham. Today it's been fun to watch. Really good play.
Oh, what a shot, Radar.
And you know the thing I like most about Paul Scholes' golf swing and the way he plays? On the driving range, when you watch him hit balls on the driving range, it's not that impressive. I watched him hit some balls. He says he fights the hook on the driving range, but it just goes to show you that once the flag goes up, once he gets on the golf course, he's a very good understanding of how to get the golf ball around the golf course, how to get the golf ball in the hole, and he is very, very impressive.
He looks confident. He's been rotating beautifully through the golf ball. There's no real steering to it.
And these guys have got some serious ailments, as one would expect, playing high-level football, the icons of football. So, and it's great for them to play in this kind of weather, seriously humid and hot. Not overly so, but it's much easier when you have a little bit of stiffness in that body to play in these kind of conditions. It just warms everything up, and it's all good. All right, you can't get it inside Scholes, surely, Teddy. Even though today you have showed off, you have been impressive.
Oh, that's not a bad position over the green, Teddy Sheringham. All righty, let's get back down to Nick Doherty. He's got a couple of guests with him again.
Well, I have Jimmy Bullard with me, and we're taking Jimmy here on your own because there's a lot to say here, Jimmy.
Right, okay.
Is this, first of all, is it a bit of you?
Nick, I absolutely love it. I watch a load of golf, as I just said, but to be this side of the ropes, it's so different. But, yeah, absolutely, look at it.
Oh, it's amazing. 8-1, though, as an opener. I mean, you are supposed to be one of those leaders in the team. How excited are you to get off to such a great start?
It's important, isn't it? You know, lead by example. You know, everyone's put a load of pressure in. He's put a stack load of pressure on me. We're expecting to win, And then a little two-pointer up the last, you know what I mean? It's lovely.
Well, you also are a contender. We're going to have... There is a point going to be awarded eventually for shot of the day. You certainly are one of the contenders. Let's take you back there.
Yeah.
8th hole, par 3. Talk us through the quality of the shot.
154 to pin. I've hit a wedge. Caddy was umming and ahhing, and it is straight at it, Nick, honestly. I was like, it's got a chance. Pitch like 10 inches from the hole, razzed round it. It's what the pros do, right?
The show they're putting on for you here in terms of the vibe with the crowd, all the perks that go with it, the captains in Sergio Garcia and Lee Westwood, the vibe you've got is as close to elite level golf as you can possibly get anywhere in the world.
Yep.
Is it what you thought it would be? How's it making you feel out there, Jimmy?
I did not expect anything like this, I'll be honest with you. I was a few years ago, I was at the Belfry, but this is just a step up. As I said, you know, being inside the ropes, it's just unbelievable. This golf course is absolutely immaculate. I hope it comes across on screen, do you get what I mean? And just competing, you know. Some big names in it, I ain't going to lie to you, you know what I mean?
Is it as close a feeling as you can get to what it felt like when you used to walk out Craven Cottage?
Do you know what? It's different. It's different, you know. Football, I had half an idea. This little white thing can go anywhere.
Oh, you know, this. Stop being bashful. That's not your style.
But the first hole, Nick, I never hit it left. There's drink all the way down the right. I've got the fans cheering. I've got my mate looking at me, and it's like it's the only shot I was ever going to hit. I was never going to hit it in the drink. But yeah, it's so different. Even like I play a lot of golf. Just pegging it up with your mates is so different. But after second, third hole, you know, it almost takes me back when I started football. Yeah. When I started football, that little bit of nervous energy. But it's good, right? That's why we're here.
And you certainly owned it this morning. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks,
play well,
guys.
Jimmy.
Thank you.
Let's get back out for these cloning moments in the first session.
Great stuff, Nick. Great stuff, Jimmy Bullard. And we've spoken quite a bit about the transition from post-playing career to playing golf. It's as close as you can get, and I think you know, we're seeing with these athletes they can still rise to the occasion.
Ewan, quick question: who's got more confidence, Ian Poulter or Jimmy Bullard?
Oh, good try there from Ruud Gullit. That's a really good question.
Because if you close your eyes when Jimmy's talking about golf, if you close your eyes, it's very similar to the confidence that Ian Poulter has, which has been the thing that has made Ian such a great match player and a great Ryder Cupper.
Yeah, I'm still saying Ian Poulter. You?
Yeah, Poult.
Over the green here for Teddy Sheringham.
Oh, great chip there. Nice touch. Not an easy lie. Not a lot of green to work with. I mean, he knows how good a shot that was.
Yeah. One of only 5 players to play the Premier League over the age of 40, Teddy Sheringham. Now, Luis Figo. Seen this quite a few times already.
So difficult to judge the speed coming off that hill. Last thing you want to do is not give that enough, leave it short.
This could be a huge lead here for England. They're currently 7 points ahead. They're 4 points ahead in this particular match, and if they win this hole with double points, that would be a 13-point lead after the morning session. And they've got a big chance to do it too, because Paul Scholes' radar, big chance for a birdie here.
Well, he has been one of the most impressive players today in these morning sessions. No surprise to see that go in.
And it's more red on the board. Scholes and Sheringham 7 points to 1 over Hullet and Figo. 17 points to 4 after the Team World led 4-0 early on. Actually reminds me of the 2018 Ryder Cup, Claude. Everyone thinks about the European domination there. The US actually led 3-0.
They did.
In the morning.
They did, and then the wheels came off.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of fluctuation, a lot of volatility in the point system here, so it's still early days. There's Crocs, there's Camels, there's a $10 million shootout. And of course, the shot of the day. What will that be? Will it be Carlos Tevez? This putt at the second, 40 feet.
Yeah, early on in these morning matches, with a long range putt across the second green, judges the speed perfectly.
Or will it be Nigel de Jong? What about this bunker shot from about 120 yards at the second?
Well, for players of this caliber, Ewan, this is one of the hardest shots in the game. Long bunker shot, ball below your feet. A little bit of an assist there off the front fringe, but he will definitely take that. A great shot for Nigel.
It certainly was. Teddy Sheringham. This is my vote so far for shot of the day at the 6th. Out of the left rough, tight pin on the left, 9-iron.
Yeah, he just judges it perfectly. Last thing you want to do is come up short in that bunker, then you've short-sided yourself, but a beautiful iron shot to about a foot.
Yeah, you can't show that without showing the putt, can you?
He's got the no look. He's got the no look.
This was a cracking shot as well from the Bulldog Jimmy Bullett at the 8th. An away hole. This is Team World's home hole.
Look at the club twirl. Oh, yeah. It's like Tiger in 2000 there. Right at it. He said it was in the air. He thought he made it, so.
It pitched 3 inches right of the hole. It was 2 consecutive birdies for Jimmy Bullett.
Is he currently talking about that shot right now? Somewhere.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Okay, let's go back down to the studio with Nick Doherty.
Thanks, Ewan. Yeah, with the final match, the anchor pairing, a couple of Man United icons sent out there to deliver some points. You did, Paul. How's it feel? 7-1.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed it. We did play quite well together, actually. Dovetailed well, and it's brilliant pretending to be golfers for the weekend. It's been great so far.
What was the toughest bit out there, Teddy, in terms of the environment that you're playing in? As we know, it's not the arena that you excelled in your professional career as a footballer. How did you feel?
Very nervy. First tee, putting the ball in there, you know, you feel good until you actually put the ball down, then the nerves kick in. But I knew I was playing with a little legend here, as the boys have said up there. I'd love playing football with him, and we've had a great day today. We dovetailed lovely.
Now, we know those rivalries existed when we saw them on the pitch, of course. That's what you guys were the best in the world at. Can you live on that a little bit out there in terms of bragging rights to really stick it to a couple of icons like you're up against?
Yeah, well, you want it, but we know with this game it can all go turn sour for you the day after. So you just be careful with the talk. But as you say, playing with 2, when they announced them on the tee, Ballon d'Ors there and everywhere. So it was a little bit embarrassing, but no, amazing to play with them. As Teddy said, I love playing football with him. And we've had just had a great 10 holes together as well.
A healthy lead for Team England. 17-4 is the score. A lot of that work done by you two. Go and get a little bit of rest before you go again. That's where we finish for session 1. England with the advantage. Brilliant golf played by them. The world looking to respond. We'll be back to tell you that story in just a little while.